Hello, guys. Welcome to the chat. It is going to get dark out there, so I'm not going to bother with the light thing. It should get dark soon enough. So we're going to wait until a couple people come in. We'll just play a couple songs, stuff like that, while we wait for that to happen. And I could say hello to each other in chat. Don't get stressed out. We're going to learn a lot today. We're going to do some Bible verses that are very pertinent to what's going on. And the main thing is, don't stress. Okay? This was all written out for us. It's okay. It's all right. But yeah, we're going to wait another couple moments just to let a couple people in. And it's okay to feel stressed. I get it. And if you feel stressed, be more than welcome to put it into the chat. But just be mindful that this stuff can snowball. And it could be exactly what they want you to do. Okay? But your anger or your stress is very legitimate. You have real reasons for it. I get it. But let's just chill for a moment and we'll talk about it, okay? So I'd say about 10 minutes from now, we'll start the content, okay?
It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine. Last week starts with an earthquake, birds, snakes, and airplanes. Yeah, they are not afraid. I have a freaking listen to yourself, turn world with its own name. Stop me, sing your own name, speed it up and not speed, but no speed. The letters of the splatter with the fear, fight down like fire in a fire. With the southern gangs, the government for hiring a combat site. Listen what's the company is with the down your neck. Keep it reporter, step to get the ground with that low plane. Fine, that all overflow, but the mission for people, it'll be see me simple world, you know. Listen to your heartbeat, tell me the difference in the record of the right. You patriotic, slam fight right, I'm feeling free inside. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine. TV hours looking at 4 hours, just for a return. Listen to yourself, turn on the committee, on the full level, support about it. I mean, every motor, listen, not a moment, generate, not a motor, about a kettle, step down, what you feel, crush, all this speeds, no fear, cavalier, renegade, steer clear, turn it in, a lie. You are the solution, but not from the alternative, and I decline. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine. The other day, I was like, color needles to define now, saying in a light manner, first hand lantern, best damn plenty, this was the lady from the body, cheesecake, and jelly bean food. Patriotic, slam, post, next, they're right. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine. Oh, it's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine. I say, wait, hey, hey, it's just an ordinary day, and it's all your state of mind. At the end of the day, you just got to say it's alright. Jeannie sneaked up the corner, my kids are dying. Let her say what they want, she won't stop trying. Oh, you. She might stumble and be pushed around. She might fall, but she'll never lie down. It's not so bad. And I say, wait, hey, hey, just an ordinary day, and it's all your state of mind. At the end of the day, you just got to say it's alright. It's alright, it's alright. It's alright. Beautiful life, there's awesome sorrow. And it's a double-edged knife, but there's always tomorrow. You know, it's up to you now if you sink or swim. Just keep the faith that your ship will come in. It's not so bad. And I say, wait, it's just an ordinary day, and it's all your state of mind. At the end of the day, you just got to say, I say, wait, just an ordinary day, and it's all your state of mind. At the end of the day, you just got to say it's alright.
Is an informational box under this? Oh, because I said Biden. My goodness. You got to laugh at that. You have to laugh at that. We'll start this little early. Just say hello to the people in chat. So, I want to say hello to you guys. Yeah, hit that thumbs up button. Might even do it myself. We got to snowball this a little bit, just so that you know, people got something to watch other than 100% doom pill. Doom pill. So, so I threw a like on there. Yeah, hit the like there, guys, just to see while we get some people coming in. I want to say hi to Chi and Christian de Oliveira and Vic. It's great to have you guys in. Vic, we're going to need you for some Bible verses, my friend, because I haven't prepared this so much. I do have many important ones that I would like to share. This will be definitely going into some Bible verses, 100%, because I know there's a lot of people that have felt deceived, and you could be very right in that. So just wait until a couple more people come in. We'll start up. Thank you so much, guys, for coming in. And the main thing is that whomever on this earth is trying to control these things, they're trying to stress you out. We're gonna deprogram this here today. Okay, and we're gonna explain that as angry as we might want to get, we got our own cleaning in our own house to do. Maybe in many of our own houses. Not everybody, okay? So, since I've returned, there's been I've noticed a divide between I'll just say the bad word for everybody. Okay, we got the doomers, right, and we got the hopiums. We have the hopium addicts, and we got the black pillars. Okay, and we should be able to take all of this with a bit of grain of salt. Okay, it looks like the doomers certainly they were onto something, and the hopium addicts may have been fed by some pretty bad dealers trying to give you some free hits so that you keep coming back to them for more. And that's okay. That's okay. That's how life works. That's how the world works. It's a fallen world. And I think this is a great time for us to come to our own awakening as to what bad acid. Vic. Listen, guys, and we're not trying to make fun of anybody here, because yes, I understand there's going to be a lot of stress from a lot of people, and they're not going to be able to get this message. But let's talk about false prophets. Okay, we've had a lot of people in a lot of different corners saying that they've been told by God that they're going to prevail, or that Trump will prevail, or we will prevail, when in actuality there's nothing in the Bible that tells us that's the case. Okay, now as for an awakening of some things, one could say, if you look at the definition of apocalypse, and I'm not saying that this is the apocalypse, okay? I'm not saying that this is the end times. We don't know. Nobody knows the day or the hours of these things. But the word itself, apocalypse, means revealing. And I think it's an unraveling or uncovering of hidden things. And I think that in its very essence is true. I don't think that there's a great revival or a great awakening at hand, but I do believe that there is a revealing. And I think that we should be grateful over the past 4 years that this has been exposed. I think that we have, even many different normies that are out there have started to realize that the establishment that we have is not what they say they are. And for that, I think we should be thankful over the past 4 or 5 years, as we've seen the reaction from the left and the mainstream media and all that stuff. I think that is something that is true. But what we can't do is say that that is evidence of some great revival. And this is what we need to get into here, okay? Because as it's been told, there would be many false prophets among us. And many of them are saying today or up until today maybe, that they knew. They were told by a message from God. They were given a sign. They were given a wonder. They were given, they were shown by the glory that Donald J. Trump would become president once more. Okay? And I think this is coming from false prophets. And I think we should start talking about it and how to start cleaning out our communications with such people. So, first off, the NAR, like I was talking about before, the New Apostolic Reformation, believes something that up until the past few years, most denominations, most theologians, and most people who can read their Bible will tell us this is not the case. Most people, or most denominations and theologies, hold to a cessationist belief that there were times where there were prophets and all sorts of different things like that. But when Jesus came and fulfilled all the prophecies, and he showed all the signs that he was the Messiah, we no longer needed these prophets to tell us these things. So I want to start off. If you have your Bibles, which you should always have at least something on the go there, I highly recommend that you get something like eSword. I don't have it on this computer. I have it on my old one. But eSword is really good because you can actually click on every single word of the Bible, and it'll tell you from which language it came from, where it's been used in every other place in the Bible, and it's different disambiguations. And it can give you a really good understanding of things. So I highly recommend going look up eSword after this, or right now if you want. And it's really, really good if you want to get into deep dives of the word. Okay. But that being said, if you don't have that, it's okay. Don't worry about it right now. If you don't have a hard copy Bible, you can just even look this up right now. Let's go to Hebrews 1. Okay? I'm going to start in the beginning. There's some old archaic words as per usual in the KJV. I will stick with the KJV, but we can just go through each word. So in Hebrews 1, we'll read this out. God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets. And then in the second verse, saying, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom he also made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory, and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power. Again, the word of his power. Just hold on to that for a moment. When he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high, being made so much better than the angels, as he hath by inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. It's a very great, Hebrews is awesome anyways, but bear in mind, this is the very first thing that the writer of Hebrews gave on to us. It's been a while since I've read my history on Hebrews. I'm not 100% sure if we know who wrote Hebrews. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a long time since I did like a historical deep dive on it. But whomever it was that wrote this on behalf, they're telling us a very important message. It's the very first things that they mention, okay? Specifically right now is verses 1 and 2. And you will see a lot of the times in the Bible when there's a comma, it's dividing certain things. So when you see a comma, you're seeing a comparison often between what came before it, what came after. So taking that into account, let's take a look, okay? God, who at sundry times, sundry means just like diverse does, it's in a variety of ways, sundry times and in diverse manners, spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets. Okay? Spake in time past. It's talking about the past. But then they go on after that comma, after prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things. Okay, so you're seeing a righteous divide here. If you're looking at this, it used to be we were given the word of God by the prophets. Now, and many other things as well, many things that would happen, things that would come. But in these days, we were given his Son, who gave us all we need to know. He is the heir of all things, okay? Now, obviously, nobody here watching this right now was not alive or was alive during the time that Jesus was here in corporeal form. But remember, he is always with us. Now, what does that mean? What else is Jesus? And I'd like you to turn, or whom else is Jesus? But give me a moment. You'll see what I mean. Go to John 1. John is like if you're trying to with babes in Christ and you want them to understand the Bible, John is a very important book because it has the most of it has the most words by Jesus written down on paper, and it can be the most explanatory for those who are babes in Christ. So bear this in mind. This is the first thing that they're trying to tell you in John. John 1, right from the beginning, what does it say? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Jesus is God. God is God. The Word is the living God. This is It is Jesus on the Word. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. There is no man that is giving us light anymore, save Jesus. I think it's very clear in this that there was a time we had prophets that we needed them, but they were all there to point to Jesus as the Messiah when he came. They were all there. Their express reason was to point to the fact that Jesus was God. Okay? By about 100, 150 AD, somewhere around there, and then especially as we got into the 300s, we had the compilation of the Word of God by the Bible. All the books of the Bible were compiled, and it was now starting to spread throughout the world. Okay? The Word is complete in everything that we need to know. We no longer, as Hebrews 1 speaks, and as John 1 attests as to what Jesus is for us today, we did not see him in corporeal form, but we have him today as the Word of God. We see that there is no longer a need for prophets. Furthermore, as this is where I wanted more time to prepare this because this is important, but I think that there's a lot of people that kind of need to hear this now. Hopefully someone can back me up here in the chat, maybe post the verses, because it's very hard for me to open a whole bunch of things at once here. But there is so much that shows us that in the end days, we are going to have people that believe in themselves instead of man. And that we're going to have a lot of prophets. They have been pumped up. False prophets, I mean, not prophets. False prophets. They have been pumped, and they have been maybe sold a lie to which they believe they have a special witness compared to other people of Christ, compared to other saints, I mean, of Christ. We are all special witnesses of Christ. But we're not apostles. We're not prophets. The word apostle is really only used now when we're going to places to convert. We set up a special mission. I get that. But in the sense that we are a special witness of God, like Paul was, or the apostles, the 12 apostles when Jesus was on this earth, this has ceased to be. I believe Hebrews 1 is very clear on this. So you should be very distrusting of those who say they have special witness compared to you and special prophecy compared to you, because it's no longer needed. We have the complete Word of God. What does it say about these end times? Or if we are theoretically living in the end times, does it talk about in Revelation? Does it talk about in the latter verses that Jesus gives us in most of the four Gospels? Do you see anywhere there that it's talking about a great awakening, a great revival, or that the world will be won by the saints? The answer is no. There is nothing like that. In fact, it's the opposite. One thing I will pull up, I did have someone that gave me a very good set of Bible verses. I will take a moment just to read this one out. 2 Timothy chapter 3. I just need to pull it up. I might buffer a little bit. Just bear with me, okay? Because I think that there are Bible verses that shows us that we may be heading into those times, okay? Chapter and verse of where to find it, but you go ahead and put the text in itself as I read this. Don't worry about interrupting me. We need to start flooding this corner with flooding this corner of the of YouTube or the internet, whatever, with the Word of God, and I'm totally fine with it. Don't worry about thinking you're interrupting me or something, okay? Timothy, 2 Timothy. And Timothy is part of what's called the pastoral epistles. This message is passed on so that we may know how to pass on information as overseers. Not that I believe I'm an overseer. I'm not qualified to be any pastor or anything like that. But if we're looking to help others understand, these are very important things. So 2 Timothy 3, we'll start right from the beginning. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection. Without natural affection. Narcissism, I believe. Truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good. You see how much hatred there is towards Christians, especially in these days. And it's not that that hasn't happened before, but on such a global scale, we have hatred towards the word of God. Traitors, continuing on chapter 4, traitors, verse 4, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. I think that this is very important, and the rest of the chapter is very great to get into as well. Maybe if you have a pen and paper, or maybe your computer notepad, throw that down to read later. Okay, this is talking about, I think, very well reflects what we're looking at today. And I think that among them are the false prophets. They want to tell you that they have a special witness from God, that they have been given more glory than the rest of you, and they have a special message to assure you that that what they thought would happen would happen. And they may truly believe that they're prophets, and they may have truly received some sort of spiritual message. Maybe they have. What I'm saying is that it certainly didn't come from God. I believe the word is quite clear on that. The special message that they could read into the future, of course, God speaks to us now. Of course, he speaks to us now. He comforts us in many ways, especially when we are in his word and we're praying to him. He will give us comfort. But as for give you future knowledge, there is no sign that this is happening today. And I think today is a great example to help wake ourselves up to the problem that has been infiltrating the churches and believers. We have people who are lovers of selves, and they may sound like they are praising God. They might say, God bless, or they could say Jesus' name, but you have to remember that even the devil believes in Jesus in a way, not that he has been saved by him, but that he believes that this is true. And he's doing all he can to try and obfuscate the truth, or to muddy the waters of the truth for you. Okay? This is the most important thing. They will come as false deceivers. And I think now, with today, this has been exposed. Back in the Old Testament, and someone can get me the verse for that, please and thank you if you could. If you make one false prophecy, you have been proven a false prophet. Okay? One false prophecy. And this is why you often see these prophets not be able to give you dates and give you hours, because they're trying to weasel their way out of it. But if they're trying to read you the future, chances are the spirit that they're getting is not coming from God. So I think this is quite important to bear in mind, that the writing was on the wall, or right in the Bible, that what we were being told by many is not the case. And we need to come to this realization. I know that this might upset some people, and I think it comes from following a man or following men. And we've gotten used to that as opposed to following what the word says. We have placed our faith in something other than Jesus. We were told also that the great deception, there's no talk of a great awakening in the Bible, but there is a talk of great deception that will fool even the elect. And God knows we are not perfect people. He knows you're not condemned because you've been misled. But I would certainly say woe unto those who are calling themselves prophets and apostles of the Lord, because I think it's replete through the Bible, and I think I'll start doing this a lot more. The Bible that itself tells them that they are false. So I'm not saying this to try and stress you out. I'm not saying this. I'm by no means saying that you're a fool for have been falling for this. If you were, we are people. We can err. We are often governed by emotion. I myself even thought that we really had control. But you know who really has control? It's not Biden. It's not Trump. It's not any of the supporters of either side. God is in control of this. God wins in the end. That is where you need to find your comfort. Not in the words of somebody who's trying to maybe sell you some gold coins or things like that. Okay? But in God, He wins. He always wins. They will never prevail against Him. I know it seems like it. And I know this whole thing can be set up to make you start thinking that they could even beat God Himself. So I think that this is something that's very important to look into. Now, where do we go from here? I'd love to get into the chat in a moment, but a lot of these false prophets, they sound like they are followers of Christ, but they are not. And a lot of these channels, even that aren't talking about Christians, you have to ask yourself, many of these channels that have popped up in support of Trump, were they there? Did they have understanding of what might happen from the beginning? On January 6th, it seemed like it was a great time for us all to come together. But a lot of these people who especially, they praise Jesus and Trump often in the same sentence. Why did a lot of these people did not go to that January 6th Capitol building or in the Capitol State? These people who have been praising Trump for years and years and years, this was their moment to show their support for him. And yet, almost all of these channels who were the most vehement supporters of Trump would not go to that rally. And in hindsight, it makes a lot of sense if they knew something was up beforehand that they weren't saying, why didn't they go? I'm not saying everybody who didn't go was a traitor or anything like that. What I'm saying is that their actions did not reflect their words. And I think that we have a big, big problem of this in the church and with the non-believing Trump supporters as well. We have wolves in sheep's clothing. Exactly, Vic. So, another thing I'd like to bring up is that this deception, or what I believe more and more strongly now to be a deception, could very well have been meant to get you to turn away from God. Because if you're believing to all these what you think were God-fearing people, and they have proven to be false, this may hurt what you believe is faith in God. What I'm saying is, turn these people off. Turn them off. They have proven themselves to be false prophets, in my opinion. I'll eat my own words if something doesn't happen, or if something does happen in the next couple months, but I would not place any hope in these people that are moving goalposts whenever something doesn't come to pass. This is how false prophets have operated since time immemorial. Okay? And there was a reason. Not now. Not now. We remember, like I was saying, we need to rightly divide between dispensations. Okay? Right now, we are in an age of grace after Jesus. God will deal with these people, not us. So I'm not saying that we need to do something against them other than to ignore them and expose them. But back before Jesus came and before the age of grace, Deuteronomy, like Life Garden Homestead is saying, it explains false prophets should be put to death. This was what was taught, and this was the standard of the time back then. For the people who were living under the Old Testament covenant with God, this was the way that God told us to deal with them, or told them to deal with them. They're not telling us to go killing false prophets. That's not what I'm trying to say here. But what we need to do is start killing the effect of what they have over their people. And they're going to start shifting. They're going to start shifting and saying that, you know, we're now in the end times and fear is going to be the thing as opposed to the hope. Okay? Get rid of these people. If they can't tell you that they're not in control, that they don't have special witness compared to other people, other believers in Christ, and if they can't tell you, if they can't get off anything but emotion and fear and hatred and hope, but they're going to try and play all these emotions against you, and they'll try and work these things, and you will see it. You will see it. The more you stay in the Word, the more you stay in the Word, the more you're going to see this for yourself, and you'll know that you may have been fooled in the past. But with the armor of God, these people cannot fool you. I think this is very important to bear in mind. Okay? So Matthew 7 talks about false prophets. You will see by their fruits you shall know them. I believe that was Matthew 7. Now, Matthew 7, I think 5 to 7 was a Sermon on the Mount. That was specifically to the age he was speaking to. He was speaking to prophet, or he was speaking to there was no like followers of Christ except for the apostles and then people who were in, but like they did not necessarily, you see throughout all of the Gospels, who is this man? They still didn't understand what it was, okay? He was speaking more to the old dispensation, but it's still very important messages for us. Matthew 5 through 7 is some of the most important passages in the Bible, okay? And in this is very important. False prophets will come and try and obfuscate the truth which has been laid down today specifically for us, especially. They will try to get your head out of that word with Mandela effects and emotions and fear and doubt and over hoping and all that stuff. And what I'm saying is, don't hate them, ignore them. Ignore these people and get your head in the Word and understand that it is very likely that it is not a great awakening that we're going to see. The deception, I believe, is the awakening, is the false awakening. We need to be very careful about whom we follow from here on in. In fact, follow no one but Jesus. Jesus is the Word. So, I think that's the basis of what I wanted to say here today. We're going to go into the chat because I think that we're going to have some real good comments in here, and we should start discussing where to go from here, how to spot these false people. But the most important thing that I can tell you out of this, you can't let this stress you out, okay? This is by design meant to stress everyone out. We have to look at what opportunities there are to spread the truth. And I think that there's many good things that we can see from this. There has been a revealing of things. And to some extent, there is some awakening in with the public. And despite the constant campaign to scare people on the mainstream media, I think the evidence is around that people are far more receptive to the deception, or to learning about the deception and seeing the deception that these people are pushing on them, than ever before. But we also have to realize that the same thing goes on the inside as it does outside of this pocket of YouTube. And before we can help anybody, before we can help anyone, we have to clean the inside first. I know that when Jesus was speaking to the Pharisees, he might have been a little bit more specifically talking about something else with the Pharisees, but I think that this applies to us as well. We need to be able to expose the deception within our own first. Specifically the believers, specifically, okay? Because we can't do anything. Like a lifeguard, right? I was in lifeguarding for a bit, and if you get put into a really bad situation, you have to put yourself first. Hear me out first, okay? You have to put your own safety first before you can help the person you're trying to save, okay? Often the person you're trying to save is trying to drag you underwater because they're just clinging. They don't know what to do. They're freaking out. They just need to grab onto something, and you have to be able to be ready to push that away. Because if the person you're trying to save takes you down with you, both of you are screwed. Okay. And I'm not trying to say put yourself first. What I'm saying is that we need to make sure that our ability to help others is secure before we can go ahead and do that. And I think the first thing that we should be able to do is to admit, or many of us, I believe I've done it already. I think I've been fooled with my hope that justice would come on this earth. And I think that that had misled me, regardless of the messages I saw in the Bible, and that this could happen to many people, specifically if you're not staying in that word. I'd gotten a little bit lazy over the past year or so. And because I thought that, everything's all good, and like, I know the word, like I'm good, I've studied it hard, but really you have to stay in it. You have to stay in it so that it points to you, so that it convicts you. And before we do that, we can help no one. So this is a great opportunity right now, because a lot of these false prophets have exposed themselves. And it needs to be, like Speak Life is saying right now, it needs to be built on the rock alone. The foundation must be on the rock alone. Okay. So as per the new content and the message, I think that covers the most part of it, but I want to get into the chat and say hello. I'm seeing some new faces here. Loyal Star, it's great to see you. Thank you. Speak Life Garden, Homestead, and Permaculture, it's great to see you as well. I've been in conversation with you over the past couple of days, and I really appreciate the time you spent and our discussions. Vixar, it's always great to see you as well. Definitely a regular, and it's good to see you. And we have Jack Torrance as well. Hey man, I feel like I've seen your name before, but it's been a while. If I'm wrong on that, let me know. But in any case, welcome back, whatever it is. And Marie W, it's great to see you as well. And I'll read out what you're saying. The New Agers are expecting an awakening too. Alice Bailey spoke of it long ago. Yeah, and I think the New Agers have been here. I've been thinking about this actually a little bit because I've been, looking up the NAR a little bit more, trying to give myself a little bit of a crash, or this crash course means you're catching up. I've been trying to catch up. And do you remember there's some other movements associated with these people? This name, for those who have been in the truth community for a while, they might have heard this before. One of the movements were called the Latter Rain movement. Do you remember this name from anywhere? And I remember on a channel called Latter Rain, it was talking about how we came to Christ and our witnesses. And looking back on that, I think the deception was seeping in long ago. And I think there's a lot of them around us right now. I think Mario was another one of them. At least he had fallen for that message. His testimony story sounds a lot like one that is from the NAR. I don't know if that's still online, but I think there have been a ton of people who have been calling themselves Christians, and they might believe that they are Christians, but they have been misled by a false gospel, or they're trying to mislead you. We need to wake up to what's going on in this movement. Jewish people wrote Hebrews, of course. Well, I'm pretty sure that it was one or more of the apostles writing to the Hebrews. Like the Romans, this is the epistle to the Romans, right? The Corinthians was not written by Corinthians, but especially not. That's actually a really good example, because Corinthians, a lot of it is basically Paul lambasting the Corinthian church for falling away. So it was an epistle to the Corinthians. So I'm pretty sure you know that as well, Vic, just so that people don't get confused. And yeah, I guess the people who wrote it, most likely, they probably grew up Hebrew. So, okay, all right. I get what you're saying. My bad. The inauguration is a ritual of Osiris. To be honest with you, I did not watch enough of the ritual or the inauguration myself, because I didn't really want it to get under my skin. I didn't think I really need to watch it, and I didn't. By this point, I wasn't having any hope that anything was going to happen of that. So I didn't watch it too much, but it wouldn't surprise me. I believe Osiris was a sun god. Is it Osiris was sun god? And Horus was like the sun, the rising sun? I'm not mistaken. It's been a while, and I try not to look up too much occult stuff anymore, because there's only so much you learn from it before you start realizing it's all baloney. But these people certainly believe in that kind of stuff, so it can be important. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, as Vic was saying. I believe that's in is that Ephesians, I think. Yep. And it speaks specifically about principalities and all that kind of stuff. So yes. And I'm not saying we don't fight to expose this stuff. But what I'm saying is that to expect us to be in control of this earth as people, even as believers, that won't be happening. And I think that is a lie brought by the NAR. I believe that Trump himself could have been deceived by these people, and you can see it by the Paula Whites of the world that were leading prayer sessions. He was around a little bit too much Catholicism. He placed his faith in many that went to Jesuit schooling, and possibly Trump wanted to pay lip service to God, but didn't want to do the work that's needed to understand the Bible, or to understand the deceptions that the Lord warns us about in the Bible. And he very well could have been deceived if he wasn't a deceiver. And it's not my place to judge his heart as to which one he was. Maybe it will be revealed unto us in time, God willing. But the main thing is, God wins. God wins. All right. Hello and God bless to all new and old people on this chat. And of course, Avidan, thank you. And absolutely. Swinder or Five Winder, I don't know how to say it properly, but we must repent to be saved. Yes, we must repent, but bear in mind that repentance is a turning away from the ways of the world and onto Jesus, knowing that we are not worthy to receive him, and we never would be before we're saved. So just bear that in mind. One thing that can be taught, and I'm not saying that you're doing it right now, I'm just saying that just be careful of these people who think you need to do this, and that, this and that, this and that, and then you'll be saved. It's your faith in Jesus Christ and your belief that you are a broken person just like everybody else on this earth, and there's nothing that you could have done to be saved. But it's your faith in Jesus alone. And we can see that in two different instances in the Bible when we have the rich young man, and he basically, there's nothing in that verse that shows us that he went against the law. In fact, it doesn't rebuke him when he says that I've done everything by the book. Am I saved? And then Jesus tells him, well, you've done great works, but here's what you need to do. You need to sell everything you have and give it to the poor. And that rich young man couldn't do it. And he was ashamed and he walked away. He couldn't accept that it wasn't his works that saved him, that got him closer to the Lord, but it was his faith that giving himself unto the Lord to change him. He couldn't accept that. So you can do all the works you want, but if your heart isn't there, it's not there. Okay? The other point is when he's on the cross, you have the thief turn onto him, turn onto Jesus. And he says, I have lived, I'm going to paraphrase this. I'm sorry if I'm mixing it up a little bit too much, but essentially what he says is that I have been a horrible person my whole life. And I've caused hurt, I've caused pain, but I believe that you are the Messiah. Please save me. And Jesus told him, verily, verily, I say unto you, you will have your place in paradise. When you look at these two different stories, I think it's you compare them, and the main message out of all of them is that it's your faith, not your works. Okay? Repentance, of course, you must repent to be saved. Bear in mind what that can mean. Okay? Some people will try and teach you that repentance means you need to be perfect. And they'll point towards the Sermon on the Mount. They don't, this is why I mentioned that it was a letter, like the Sermon on the Mount was a sermon to the Jews, not the Christians, even though it's super important for us to learn. Okay? It's super, super important. I'm not dismissing it. What I'm saying is that, like, at the end, he's saying, be perfect as your Father was perfect. And you'll get Mormons and a lot of these work-based religions that are teaching you that you need to be perfect if you want to be saved. The entirety of the Bible, up until the point of Jesus's perfect life, was that the way to be, like, the holiness is something that we cannot attain on our own. No matter how much we try, no matter how close we are to following it all, it's not what we do that saves us. It's what we were unable to achieve that stops us from being directly with God. And it was Jesus that washed away those sins. Sin came from an archery term that meant to miss the mark. Okay, so again, it's not about what you do, it's about what you couldn't do. It's about the things you missed. And that's why faith in Jesus is so important. Okay, hope that makes sense. If there's anything I missed there, let me know. We're going on about an hour mark now, and usually I do like to take a little bit of break to get the conversation and chat to start flowing. It's nothing but the blood of Jesus. He ripped that veil, and I don't know if you know about the building of the tabernacle, but inside the Holy of Holies, there was a veil that only the people of the Levitical priesthood, I think Levitical, that's where you get Leviticus from. Leviticus was a book that gives you all the rules that the Levitical priests needed to follow to be worthy enough to get into the Holy of Holies and atone for our sins there. When Jesus atoned for our sins by the spilling of his blood, the moment that his blood spilled, it ripped that veil in two, and it gave us the ability to have a direct connection with God, like was mentioned with the Levitical priests, that they had a special connection with God. Now you can have that. You don't need priests. There's no reason for a priest right now. There's no reason for a prophet right now. There's no reason for, aside from building churches or whatnot, the word apostle, there's no need for special witness like there was with Paul. Okay? There's no need for the glory. There's no need for the signs and the wonders. These things will happen on their own. It is your faith in Jesus that you need. And everything else, it will naturally come to you if you keep your eye on Jesus and not on a man, not on a woman, not on a prophet, not on anything like that. Follow Jesus alone. And Jesus is the word. So that's part of it. Okay. I'll read a couple things out. We'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll see where to go from there. I watched a few minutes in a speech. The one woman called the Capitol a temple. No need for temples anymore either. That's because the temple was about that, right? Blasted the protesters had expected, but calling it a temple, right? Absolutely. Yeah, these people that follow themselves, they feel they need a temple to rise themselves up. Remember, Jesus talks about when he gives the woes to the Pharisees. They say that the Pharisees, they all want the good seats in the temple, right? And they want to wear the best clothes, the whitest clothes, the purest of clothes, so that they can show unto you how great they are, right? And they have their idols, like their Lady Gagas and things like that, right? They want to show to you how great they are. Well, they got another thing coming to them. Let me tell you, they got another thing coming, because they are nothing. They are nothing. In fact, there are places in the Bible where God compares your works to rags. And if I'm not mistaken, it's been a while, it was a special kind of rag for filth, I guess, that they could, we'll just leave it at that. It is nothing but an illusion when you think that you have these holy sites for man. Nothing but an illusion. They have another thing coming. They have another thing coming. But that's not us. That's not up to us to deal unto them. That is God. Yes. Yeah. It is that exactly what Speak Life was saying. And the reason why he mentions that is that it is the menstrual cycle, is that blood was specifically spoken to in, was it Exodus, or in Leviticus, for how to deal with this stuff. It was considered like some of the least holy elements on earth. It was very, like, they're very, very, I haven't gone through the law books in a long time, the Torah, but it's, they say it for a reason. It's not trying to just bash women or anything like that. It's just, it was treated like leprosy in a way, for unholiness. Yeah. And I haven't gotten too much into the symbology of that kind of stuff either, because it can get a little dry getting into the Torah. But yeah, when he's saying it, he's trying to say that this is how worthless. I mean, yeah, even from a secular level, I mean, there's not much you can do with this stuff. It's very, it's useless. It's refuge. It's something you need to get rid of in a way. is natural, of course, but so is all of our decadent ways. It's very natural. And I'm not trying to just pick on that part, okay? Like all of us, like think about it. You don't wash, you start smelling a very dirty smell. It's something that is repulsive to someone that does wash. Leprosy to someone that doesn't have leprosy. You might, if you have leprosy, it's not so much of a big deal, but if you don't have leprosy, leprosy is a big deal. You don't want that spreading to you. We, on our own, naturally decay. Our body, nothing is as whole. Maybe once you get past adolescence, we just keep decaying over and over and over. And left to our own devices, we spiritually decay as well. And this is the importance of staying in the Word. Even if you think you know it, this is where my pomp got in the way. I was like, well, I've read it pretty well. I thought that I read it pretty well. And it's not what I'm trying to say here. Like I might have gotten a little overconfident in my understanding of what the Bible says, but what I wasn't looking at is how people can fool you if you're not constantly got your head in it. So it's why I keep saying, read your Bibles. I'm yelling at myself. It's projection. It's all projection. I do read it now, of course, but I'm also lambasting myself for getting lazy. And many of us can, and many of us can have even trials of faith. Everything like that. These are natural things. You can see it through and through in the Bible. Samson had it. David had it. Some of the people that were closest to God, that had their closest, David is known as the man who had God's own heart, or was after God's own heart. And what did he end up doing? Some of the most egregious things. Adultery. And then he tried to cover up that adultery by killing Uriah, which was the husband of the woman by which he committed adultery, or with which he committed adultery. And he ended up intentionally getting him killed in battle by telling everybody on the front line. He put him in the front line, and he told everybody in the front line, once they start going to war against, I believe it was the Philistines, everybody steps back except for Uriah. Uriah didn't get that message. And that ensured that he got killed, so that the woman's pregnancy would never be found out, that it was by David and not Uriah. Okay? So not only did he commit one of the worst, what is considered in the Old Testament to be one of the worst sins, adultery. Sin is sin, is sin is sin. So I'm not, one drop of sin is the same as an ocean of sin. But in this hierarchy of sins that seem to have been understood by the Hebrews of the time, this was one of the worst things that you could do. This is the stuff that you get killed over, right? And not only did he do that, but he committed more egregious acts to cover that up. And this is the man. This is the man that was said to have God's own heart, was after God's own heart. And even Abraham. I mean, remember when he was told he was to go to the Pharaoh, and he lied about the nature of his wife, Sarai. Instead of trusting God, he lied about. He said it was his sister and not his wife. So he said, like, I don't think there's a single person except from Jesus in the Bible that went perfect, like that went without flaw written down in the Bible. There's not a single one. We all have it. It's about what we do with this sin. Do we think we can cover it up on our own? Because that won't work. That will all be hidden by God. That will all be revealed by God. As much as we want to hide it, it will all be revealed. And he knows our hearts. He is the one that seeks our hearts. We don't know our hearts. He is the only one that does. And when we start trusting in our own hearts as opposed to him, that's when the problems start coming out. And I think this is where a lot of us got fooled. But this should be a certain comfort to many, that this is who we are as fallen man. But Jesus has given us a way out of that. And if we keep focused on him, this process of glorification helps us to reveal all the falsehoods that we can see, because we know the truth. We have the truth in our hearts. We have it in our minds from reading it, and we're able to see the fakes when they come. So yeah, we are reaching the 1 hour, and I'm actually surprised we have as much as 13, because I know that there are so many people right now that are stressing, and they're worried, and they feel fooled, and man, if you listen while we're waiting, go through Donald.win right now and see how much like dooming is going on right now. Okay. Yeah, our hearts are desperately wicked. That is Jeremiah 17, I think verse 9 or 10, somewhere around there. This was actually a verse that stood out to me since I was saved, especially with the Mormonism thing, because they all believe that they're perfect, that they're acting perfect. And I've explained this process of how they go into intense psychological and spiritual bondage because they have to convince themselves that they're perfect in order to keep being, a good Mormon. And that's a very, very scary thing. And you don't want to fall into that. Yeah, well, listen, or Digivox, so glad not a Q. I'll just say Q hopium at the moment. I think, listen, just bear in mind that there was a lot. This was a very strong deception that could fool many people, especially those that are intelligent, because it's specifically meant in these coded ways to get you to follow along into this. And you might think that you've kind of cracked this code, but at the end of the day, I think that it was a mystery, like the mystery of Babylon, that it's not meant for anybody to crack. It was meant for people to get distracted. And in the process, the trust in yourself will drive you crazy. Okay, so I'm not going to go and tell these. I'm not going to call people that were devout in Q. I never was 100% on it, but might as well. Let's just say I'm one of them. It's not necessarily about intelligence or retardation, the etymological sense being slow on things, behind on things. I don't think it had to do with that. I think it had to do with the emotion of wanting it to believe and allowing what could be high intelligence. I'm not trying to save my own feelings, but for those who are listening in that might be ashamed of themselves, it may be the high intelligence that allowed them to rationalize. The problem was not intelligence, in my opinion. The problem was following your emotions instead of God. I think there's posts right now. If you go to qpost.map or whatever it is, and you look up Savior, it says you are the saviors of the world. And that if you look up control, it will say that the patriots are in control. No. Jesus is the savior of the world. God is in control. They traded the truth for a lie. They traded what they wanted to be true for a lie. Hey, walking around in a nice suit makes you perfect, don't you know? Yeah. Well, even the Mormons believe that. Like, I remember I would go in just for badness and wear a purple shirt and with my suit, and they would complain about it all the time. You got to be a white shirt. Got to be a white shirt. It's got to be pure. It's talking about purity. It's about your respect to God. It's like, I don't think that's what God's really worried about. What color shirt I'm wearing, man? Nope. Yeah. Yet anyone listening to Q who call themselves believers is still worthy of our love and covering. As they turn back to the narrow path, Noah's sons walk backwards with a blanket to cover his sin. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's Luke talking about the man with his the son who was lost, who spent all his possessions that was given him. There was a rich man with a bunch of sons, and one of the sons just wanted his cut. He wanted his, like, instead of waiting for his riches from his father, he wanted his cut and do what he wanted with it, right? And the father said, okay, I'll give this to you. and he gave him his portion of his riches, this son. And what did that son do? As the Bible teaches us, a fool and his money is soon parted. He went and he spent it all. He blew it all on whatever, his own, his own will. And when he was left with nothing, when he was in complete despair and shame of himself, he went back to his father. And you would expect that many fathers could have seen that and could have called him a fool and could have shamed him. But this father, he ran to his son when he found him. And you got to bear in mind the Hebrew culture of the time too. There's a significance to running to your son. When you run to somebody in the Hebrew culture, it is a show of submission. It's something that you never do, at least in the old time. I don't know about now. It's none of my business now, but back then it was almost a shameful thing to run to someone that you believe you would be above. And in hierarchy sense, a father is above the son, or in corporeal form, the father is above the son. So this should never be happening, right? Especially to someone who just took their riches and blew it all. But instead of shaming, casting this person out, he ran to his son the second that he found him and said, "Come back to the table." And this is what we need to make sure that we do to the believers that were deceived. Okay? Very important. That's a very, very strong story. I find it hard to read even without tearing up. It's not just, it's so important. So important. And we can't lose that. We can't lose that mentality. We need to be that father figure. You know what I mean? We need to be that character that instead of just shaming these people, we need to run to them and help them, because I think right now there's going to be a lot of stress and a lot of pain with a lot of people who feel they've been fooled. And this is normal. We're fooled. We're humans and we can err. It's about what we do, those that understand the difference or understood the difference. We got to be that person running to them, okay? And it may seem shameful to us that we would take them in again or something. And I think this is a very comparable. I didn't even think about this actually. I think it's very comparable. And yeah. Okay. I'm going to take a moment just to clear up because, my goodness, I'm so emotional these days. Or I guess open with my emotion. I guess maybe it's not a bad thing. God was very open with his emotion as well. But yeah, I don't like a runny nose on camera. Let's put it that way. Oof, oof, let's get back to Alpha. Okay, I'll be a moment and be right back with you, okay?
Oh, kitty.
You okay? You okay? He's okay, my baby. A little snack. A little snack. Right there. All right. Let's see if there's what was in chat. See if there's anything by yeah. This intermission brought to you by Kleenex. Yeah, Seattle is heartbreaking. For those who weren't here last time when I was talking about it, there's a really good documentary. It's called "The Fight for the Soul of Seattle." I think it was called. It was done by KOMO or KOMO, the news station that they have there. It's like their local. Geez, I want to say it's even NBC. I could be wrong on that, but it is one of their local stations, and it was very surprising to see this documentary. It's about an hour and a half long, and it shows you false love. Shows you false love, the expectance that people can just do what they want, and things will just work out for the best. And this documentary is very good at showing the end result of when that happens. Huge difference in willfully sinning and being deceived. If you see the deception, how much worse that you also mock your brother who didn't. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's very important to remember. Very important to remember. We need to be we need to hold our lamps high here and be mindful that we all fall in many different ways, and it's up to us. It is up to us to point out that issue, but doing it from a source of love and not from shame. Very important. Very important. We are ultimately optimizing our souls and return to the original multiversal mind. I see where it sounds a little bit new agey. Process of glorification is what makes us closer to the mind of Christ. But then there's also that there are deceptions to obfuscate that truth as well with, I forget what they call it, Christ mindfulness or something like that. And it's very new agey. We got to be careful with that. Had a really good time with God last night, reading and prayer. Thank you. I'm working on a video for the Q people to reach them where they are. Listen, Speak Life Garden at Homestead and Permaculture. If you're not subscribed to that person, I think the stuff that I've seen was very good. Very good. She seems like someone that's very strong in the word. Uh-oh, Kitty. Don't ruin it. Oh no, Kitty. So yeah, definitely something to, you should check out her channel. If you want to even post the link, because I don't think you can click on channels anymore, like through the live chat, but Speak Life, you're more than welcome to put a link to your channel, and I'll even pin it there for you, because I think you have some good message. Oh, Kitty's right here. He's chilling. I just gave him a little bit of a snack. I got to be careful with him at the moment, because I think one of the issues that's happening right now is he's not converting protein, and you're seeing it in his bone, around his bones. There's not much muscle, but he's eating a lot more than normal. So I'm thinking, he's fighting. He wants but I got to make sure I'm not feeding him too much. So yeah, I just gave him a little snack there. Oh, she mirrored maybe one of the link or whatnot. That's awesome, and I really appreciate that. I think maybe if it was that video with Jeff, I think that was really important. And you're more than welcome to always mirror anything that I have, or clip anything that I have. It's okay. Don't worry about that. No Nutter Butters today. No, I ate all those. I did try one. I tried a couple with milk. They're so good on their own that I didn't leave too many, but I did try some with milk, and yeah, it was like it was just like Oreos. It was quite good. It really ramped it up. There's a Chrome extension called GoToChannel. I didn't know that, actually. I might get that. And I would say hello to you if I knew how to say your name. Person, is that Sanskrit? I'm not sure. I think it's Sanskrit. So yeah, welcome back to everybody. BMB, hey man, good to see you. Don't worry about being late or anything like that. And yeah, because I do these, most of these are all impromptu, and I do them at all random times. So I don't expect people to be here right away. And I don't expect people to be here at all. I'm just grateful that you are at any point. It's all good. So yeah, I think one thing if you can think of some verses for those who are new in Christ and those who are coming back from a possible deception, we could use a crash course on false prophets. So if you could even post the text of the verse itself, I do prefer the KJV. If you can post it in that, that's okay. And we can, if there's any issues with the language being a little bit too archaic, we can always break down the language as well. Gujarati. Okay. I knew it was somewhere in that basic region. Excuse me. So yeah. But yeah, we got to start calling out the false prophets. I think that even the ones that were not, like, they weren't strong believers or whatnot, but there's something definitely up that I saw. You know, everybody was praising the January 6th thing, but they weren't talking about any warnings or anything like that, and yet they were all seemingly in consensus that they wouldn't show up to it. I think looking back on that, I think that's a good sign that we're dealing with some people that may have been misled or are misleading. I think it's pretty important. If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods. I'm assuming there's more to add to that. Okay, yep. Let us go after other gods which thou hast not known, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God proveth you to know whether ye love the Lord. So even the ones where it seems like it comes to pass, it can be a deception in and of itself. Sometimes we're lucky enough to see a false prophet make a false prophecy. But if they're passing you on to somebody else, I think a good example might be Catholicism, because Catholicism and Protestant Christianity or biblical Christianity can often agree on many things. I'm a Trinitarian, and they are also a Trinitarian. They were the first people to bring up Trinitarianism. But then they put in Mary as the mediatrix of the Lord, meaning that she is the middle person. I think that they're trying to get you to go after other gods, especially when you look at the Catholic Mary in comparison to Isis and Ishtar and things like that. So very, very good words, actually. It's not even the ones, sometimes they can seem like they're all prophets, but they can still lead you astray. It's a good point. It's a good point. I'm just going to close the door there just so I'm not bothering anyone. Just a second. It's okay, baby.
Salut, mon petit gars. Mon petit gars.
Okay. So how are you all doing after that? Do you have any comments on what we were just talking about? If you have any questions, I think we got some people that are pretty strong in the word. Yeah. You can't even prophesy you'll wake up tomorrow morning. And that's another good one. I'll look this up. The warnings that Jesus gave us. Also in the Sermon of the Mount. Matthew 6. Maybe I'll get to the full chapter. Sorry about the wait. I might be buffering, sorry. Just one sec. Okay, I think we'll start from 22. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon, worldly things like money and stuff like that. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment? Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are ye not much better than they? Which of you, by taking thought, bear this in mind, taking thought, can add 1 cubit unto his stature? So, can all your stresses of the world, can all your despair of a fallen world cause anything to change by your own will that cannot be changed naturally? I think that's what he's trying to say there when he's talking about cubit onto your stature. Nobody can grow themselves any more than what they've been given. And moving on, going on to chapter 28. And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow, how they toil not, neither do they spin. Raiment is just an old word for rain. The natural occurrence of things, the blessings that we're given. Rain is often thought of as a blessing in the Bible. So he talks about all of the lilies of the field, how they grow, they don't toil, they don't spin, they don't, and just to add on to its explanation, they don't worry. They are just who they are. And moving on to 29, yet I say unto you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. So no matter all the riches, all the wisdom, all of the love that he had in the world, it could never come to as close as how perfect God's creation is. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek, like the ones that were on the temple steps today, or what they call the temple. For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things, but seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for the morrow, tomorrow, for the next day is coming. For the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. There's very little raiment as well. Yeah. But he compares it to the raiment onto the field as well. Clothing being something that protects us, something that keeps us alive. For the flowers, the rain keeps them alive. That's what they need to survive. So yeah. It's important that we're not worrying about this kind of stuff. For he's even talking about food and drink and clothes. Things can get a lot worse than what we have right now. And we don't need to worry, because if we have God with us, this is all we need. The rest will come unto us. If we lose our life, we will have kept it with the Lord. He will always provide for you. So don't let today stress you out. I understand that this has been a very hard day and a very hard week, very hard couple of months even. And it's okay. It's okay. Speak Life Garden says, these 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles, the unbeliever, for those that are new in Christ. And go into any city of the Samaritans, enter ye not. And into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And as ye go, preach, saying, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Freely ye have received, freely give. Matthew 10. Very important things to remember. She follows this up saying, I feel like those suffering and deception are those we are called to go out and bring them back to the narrow path. Yep. I think this is our job right now. We can sit here and we can stress all we want, but I think many of us know the difference of what that solves, and that's absolutely nothing. And people will try and fool themselves into thinking otherwise by shifting the goalposts of what they thought were going to happen, like they have been doing for months on end. But at the end of the day, there's very little that we can change other than our own mindset on this, and start realizing that going our own mindset has been the problem all along for many of us. So one second, I want to see if you posted that your channel there. I'd like to post it. I don't see your link there. Speak if you posted it. You're too humble. But yeah, anybody who can look that up, Speak Life, Garden, Homestead, and Permaculture. Oh, you did above? Sorry, if you can do it one more time, I'll post. I'm watching this time. Sorry about that. I couldn't see it. Oh, I know why. Never mind. Hold on. Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. I know why. My bad. I forgot about the whole can't do it if you're not a moderator. No, it's my bad. It's my bad. I was dumb. Okay. I gave you a wrench so you can post it. My bad. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay. So that should work there now. At least it said that I saw a moderator there. My goodness. I can't wait until YouTube dies. I gotta be honest. This platform, man. This is just so you can't pass links. Like, come on, buddy. Ridiculous. Wouldn't want to, share information or broadcast yourself or anything. Okay. So yeah, I have it pinned up there. I will put it in the comments as well if it doesn't show up there before. Yeah, should be there. If you guys see it, just let me know. Just put a 1 there if you see it, because it seems like I'm having a little bit of a problem there now. Okay. But yeah, what's the best way to, I guess, help people with this now? Okay, good. We're good. Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of different ones that we can do now. And I'm thinking, because I'm seeing some problems now with the bunker chat that I use. Like we weren't getting our messages through if you're using like VPNs and things like that. So I've been looking at a couple different things. I was thinking about maybe going with IRC, but I think that there's some security issues with that, with IPs and things like that. DLive is untrustworthy. I think that's on the way to being just as controlled as the other one. I want to say DLive has got a lot of CCP influence. Just give me a second. Let's follow the money there for a moment. DLive ownership. Yeah, I want to say that there's now some big issues with DLive. It says founded by Charles Wayne and Cole Chen in Cupertino, California. DLive is a decentralized live streaming and video community that's built on the Steem blockchain. Okay, it's a blockchain, so maybe I'm wrong on this. But I have been seeing like channels getting banned. Like during that January 6th thing, they started pulling a whole bunch of channels. So if it gets to a point where like talking about like Christianity and just conservative stuff in general is a terrorist act or something like that, I wouldn't go trusting DLive either. But it's very popular. It's getting very popular, and I think they have vamped up some stuff. Yeah, maybe I will look into it. I just got to get that new hardware too. I just know that this one works. But as for like chat, like I would like to have a better chat corner or something. There was one that we were that myself and Vic were looking at yesterday. He showed me Brax.me, and that is a secure place as well. And I was thinking about that, doing that to having like a chat room there, because to sign up, you only need a login name, and and just like a password for yourself, and you don't need to even pass an email or anything like that. Nothing like that. So if you sign up through there, there's no like tracking, and it's built by someone who is very focused, very anti the social media of today, and very focused on anonymity and privacy. So I was thinking about maybe setting something up there. There's also Gab as well. I tell you what I'll be doing to keep myself occupied in the next few hours. I probably will set up something new. And if you want to follow this more, hit that bell button, because I'll probably release it in the coming hours of where we might have a new chat channel, because that bunker chat was cool and it's serving its purpose, but it seems like there's some problems with communication in there now. Like messages are showing up 4 times. Some people aren't getting messages at all on the YouTube bunker chat that we have. So I was thinking maybe Brax.me might be a place to go, because it's a nice little bunker to hit in. It's not super popular or anything like that, and therefore this is what I'm looking into now. Because like, yeah, DLive, from what I was reading there, it seems like kind of proved me wrong on that stuff, with like ownership of CCP and stuff. But there are a whole bunch of other ones that are, and the more popular these things get, the more targets they end up having on their backs. Okay, so that's something that that I'm bearing in mind when I think of having a chat for everybody, because it would be cool to have somewhere where we're not worrying about, can you read this? Can you read that? Can you pass links? Because like it seems to have all of that. And yeah, I'll take a look at 153news.net as well. I haven't seen it yet. Let me just copy that and I'll take a look into it after the show. One sec. Yeah, and I'll get back to you on that as well. I'm trying to keep it to something that's a little bit easy to remember. I think Brax.me is like a pretty easy URL to remember. When you start getting into numbers and stuff, you start mixing up those numbers. Cubbyhole. yeah, Cubby. We use Cubby up here as well. Actually, like the place where in my old school that I went to, my old high school, if you like skipped class or whatever, I wasn't a very good kid. You skipped class, you went to the Cubby, and it was like a hole on the side of this. It was a massive school actually, and it was like a good place that you could run away if they catch you and stuff like that. Shouldn't be saying that stuff, but yeah, we call it the Cubby. Yeah, like what I'm looking for right now is I want it so that IPs are hidden and you need minimal requirements to sign up. So like a name and a password should really be the only thing to sign up on any social media, in my opinion. I think anything else, they're just trying to track your information and sell it to someone else or pass it on to someone you don't want it to be passed on to. And I just want to get away from that. I miss 1999, where you can just go onto a chat room and you're fine. Like I don't understand why anybody needs to worry about my security. It really drives me crazy. I was on the phone with the bank there a couple of days ago. I'll tell you this. I was not happy. So I try and access my bank from this computer as opposed to my old computer, or not my old computer, but the one that I've been using for months and months. So it records that computer as my primary, and I try and log on it to here, and I have my access information. I have everything I need on my card, and the password that I have. I have everything that I need, and I type it all in, and then it's like, oh, you're signing in from a place that we don't know, so give us your cell phone number. Would you like us to call or text your cell phone number? And I'm like, well, you know what? Actually, I've turned off. I've deactivated my phone because I'm kind of sick of you guys following me there too. So I don't understand why I need to give you a phone number unless you're paying for my phone service. Why I should be able to get in this. Now I get banks are a little bit, like security banks are a little bit more important. I get that. But at the same time, man, it's like, that's why I have an access card. Why even have an access card if you're trying to tie my identity to everything else that I own? And so I always get mad at them for that. And then they were like, okay, well, maybe we can change this for you. Just hold on. and we'll just need to verify your information. And he was like, oh, actually, the IVR actually recognized your voice, and we won't even need to ask the questions. And he was saying it like this is amazing. And I'm like, no, what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't think I've ever called you guys in my life. Like, how do you have my voice? Where did you get my voice from, man? You know, like, it's like I'm this poor guy I unloaded on him. I was like, I do not need grown men telling me, a grown man, that you are out for my security. I don't need you to secure me. You know, I secure, you know, like, I really don't need this. Like, I don't understand why you think this is a good thing. Like, this is the departure from independence. Yeah, a complete and utter departure from independence. Yeah, I don't know if they're doing it in America yet. Canada tends to be like the first stepping stone of authoritarianism that they want to push onto America. So yeah, and just the whole, like, and the COVID thing too. Like, when, like, literally, like, every person working, that, like, the grown men telling me to stay safe. Like, stop, okay? Like, we discovered North America. like like if I had listened to you saying, or if Christopher Columbus had listened to you saying stay safe, it's like, well, yeah, well, maybe I shouldn't cross an ocean for 2 months. You know, like, it goes against the very heart of the nature of humanity, that is to search the unknown, and to put aside our worries for something that might be more important. I'm really sick of it. I gotta say, it's driving me crazy. That's the one point of stress where I'm like, I gotta let go of it. I gotta let go of it. I gotta figure something out. But I think it involves finding alternatives rather than me crying about this. We got to start working on some alternatives here. You know. And listen, I get it. Like, we were all tricked. There was a big bait and switch that happened. Like remember, like, January and February, everybody was on the media was just saying it's just a flu, bro. And by the way, there's actually just been some information dropped about Canada being complicit in basically covering up this whole thing during the January and February months in order to not shame the CCP. Like, this was NTD is covering it now. I think Rebel News posted. By the way, I've actually made a video bashing Rebel News. I don't necessarily trust them completely. I think they could be control opposition, but nevertheless, they did drop this report, and it's getting coverage now. And yeah, just, I think there was a massive bait and switch that happened on both ends of the spectrum, where people who are researching and they didn't really care about what the MSM has to say. They don't believe the MSM. Like, they had that in mind when they put this out, and so they gave the information to alt tech and people that are looking for alt information to get you really scared about this virus that nobody on the mainstream is talking about. And then, like, in mid-March, they just flipped it. They just flipped the whole thing, so that, like, now everybody's freaking out about it. And then the same people who were more or less freaking out about what could be happening here are now in this state where it's like, no, this is now overreaction. Like, maybe this reaction would have been fine in January and February with the information that we're getting in then, but now this is obvious overreaction. Like, and so now, like, it's been a brilliant, I gotta hand it to them, deception wise. Listen, I'm not trying to praise deception or anything like that, but you gotta hand it to them. It was well planned, very well planned. Yeah. It was a real event. What did I made a video on them. I remember I did, like, my first campaign to download videos with them. Yes, I forget the name of the crime bill because it was a number. Speaking of numbers, you mix them up in your head. It was C13 or C31 or C3. It was a crime bill. Sorry about that noise. And the crime bill was basically giving away a lot of privacy rights of Canadians. And there was a lot of legitimate issues with it. But the people who were protesting against it, because it was in Canada, it was a conservative government that released it. the conservatives, it kind of just went over their head, like how Trudeau, a lot of stuff went over, our heads, or liberals' heads, about Trudeau because he was a liberal, right? So this was happening. So the only people that were really complaining about it were leftists. And what Rebel News did was went out on a big smear campaign, doing kind of like man on the street, interviewing not all that intelligent communists about it, and they weren't able to tell you much about the thing, or they cherry picked people who were very low intelligence or low information, and they just made it seem like this was just a bunch of commies complaining about this amazing government that is here to help us, and so yeah, I think that they are their own instrument. I think at the moment they release information that other mainstream media sources won't, but that doesn't mean that they're trustworthy. And this is another thing that we got to really start looking into, just because, and they're even bashing Rebel News and stuff like that, just like they bash Fox News. And I mean, Fox News proved itself to be not on our side. And they did it beforehand. We knew it at one point, but just because they were supportive of something that we might support, we should always do a double check that these people are not who they claim to be. And so I'll give another example. I don't know, you guys probably understand this, but Newsmax is like Fox News 2.0. I don't know if you've noticed this, but they've probably already outed themselves in this Hail Mary to get Biden in. But yeah, they seemed like they were great, and like they were a great alternative. And you can't just trust these people because they tickle your ear, because that's what's happening on both sides. BLM is tickling the left side. Q was tickling the right side, and this is something we got to be a lot more mindful of. I think that this corner of YouTube is a lot better at that kind of stuff. But then we got to look at it even on the individual level. Like you can't expect to have a truth movement that's exposing some of the most intense lies on the earth and not expect intelligence agencies to not infiltrate it, or people to capitalize on it. But specifically, I think that there are intentional deception campaigns to get you to trust people by tickling your ear. Yeah, I would even watch out for like the Rip Jeff C stuff too, because I'm looking at people that like they're just coming out of the woodwork, and I've never seen or heard about them before, and then it's like, oh, like Jeff C will always be remembered, and it's like, I don't remember you ever in my comment sections, like, be very careful. Be very careful. They will say and do anything to sound like you. Ask them the questions that they're not talking about, and you might get your true answers. Don't go into the things that they want to talk about. Go into the things that they don't want to talk about. Don't be mean to them either. Just ask them the questions. Ask them questions. Ask them questions. We have a good ability here as truthers to not trust what we see, but we do have to see that it comes from multiple different angles. Yeah, Newsmax has Bannon, a known Marxist, on their platform, like Steve Bannon. I've never heard Steve Bannon talk about being a Marxist, but I also don't trust Steve Bannon. I was watching like Pandemic War Room for a while, and first off, that intro is awful, and it was clearly meant to scare people during that first couple months when we all bought into everything that was, or when a lot of people bought in to the mainstream media is not telling you the narrative thing, right? So I think the intro alone, especially where it's dated, it's pretty clear. But the way that he talks, it's one big Like they're all patting themselves on the back all day and patting you on the back all day. And Bannon's pretty crafty. He's pretty good at selling that. But when he's off, when he's doing some special assignment or something, and you have your Jack Maxis and stuff like that, like they were trying to do the same thing, and I'm like, am I like watching One Big Circle Jerk right now? Like, is that what's going on here? Are these all like like it became a little bit more clear to me, and I kind of stopped watching it. It's like everybody is the spearhead of the movement. Like everybody they speak with, Bernard Kerik is the spearhead of the movement. Jack Posobiec, the spearhead of the movement. Donald Trump, the spearhead of the movement. But remember, guys, you, the listeners, you are the spearhead of the movement. And it's like, well, we got a lot of spearheads here. Which is it, man? He the man, I the man, who the man? Like, come on. Like, like I think that they were really spending months just kind of telling you that you, by simply being here, you are the enlightened ones. And yeah, I see some big problems with Bannon. So I haven't seen, he was fired by Trump because he wrote a Marxist-leaning book. So I did not hear much about this. So you could be very, very right. But even still, I don't trust him. Like, even if that was untrue, which I don't know if it is or isn't, I don't trust him at all. And I will look into that, see if he wrote a Marxist-leaning book. Yeah. It became a lot more obvious when it wasn't Bannon, because Bannon is quite charismatic in ways, and he is quite crafty. But once he started relying on others to like head up the show for him, they all started doing the same thing. Another good example of this is InfoWars. What's his name? Owen? I forget his name. Oh, Owen's okay with, or he's pretty crafty at this too. Alex is very good at getting you into a hypnotic trance, if you will, of emotion. But once it's like some of the other guys, they start trying to push that same kind of like state of panic and despair. Scotty in the engine room, like that kind of stuff. Once other people try to do that, like Alex, and they're not as good as it, Owen can kind of pull it off, but the other ones, yeah, Alex is a tip that's fair. But yeah, once other people start trying to do it, it becomes more obvious. Like the trick isn't as good. It's not as well done. I think if you go back to those old We'll Do It Lives and roundtables and stuff, I said this a lot. Like, I'd never trusted Alex. Maybe there was a week in there after Sandy Hook when I was first waking up or whatever, where I was like listening in for him. But I was like, man, like, I'm sure the Bible told me that, like, you can't be worrying like this. Like, you can't be acting the way he is. And like, he kind of mentions God from every now and then, and Jesus every now and then. He talks about fellow Christians and stuff like that. But this is not the spirit this is not the spirit I've been told about. This is not, like, this certainly is one of confusion and despair and stuff like, and certainly not the do not worry, like we were just reading there. So yeah, I guess if I kept listening to it, it kind of like normalizes panic, is what he was doing for years. And then I think if you watch his coverage on the January 6th thing, it becomes very clear. He was like trying to usher everybody to run into the mouth of Moloch. It's the Metropolis reference once more. But he was certainly pushing everything on as like, this is amazing and stuff like that. And there wasn't really much talk about the Antifa and BLM that was infiltrating, and the CNN guys and all that stuff. So yeah, he was a problem. If you're listening to InfoWars now, turn him off. Listen, he might give you some information that might not be elsewhere, but I promise if it's true stuff, it will be vetted, and it'll come to you without him needing to tell you, or without needing him to tell you. Yeah. Alex Jones, man. Alex Jones. I think Bob Cooper was probably a much better person to listen to. He wasn't a guy he wasn't there to freak you out. He wasn't on his shows with the call-ins. He wasn't going to let people freak them out. From what I saw, I think the proof in the pudding that, like, I think he was off. He calmly and concisely told you what he believed, and he backed it up with a lot of proofs. And he spoke about the groups that Alex won't, the Jesuits and stuff like that. Yeah, so Sandy Hook was when, like, so I was saved, like, it was less than a year before Sandy Hook, right? Bannon, I'll get back to my story in a second. Bannon, according to the Guardian, says he's a Leninist. Hey, man, listen, there was such deception on his channels that it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not trying to dismiss that, by the way, because listen, it all points to the same end game for these people, like stress, authority, like calling for authoritarianism to fix everything, to make everything right. Both sides are doing it. Both sides are doing it. But yeah, I was saved, like, it was somewhere around September, maybe mid-September 2011 was when I really started paying attention, and I finally started believing in the Lord, realizing there was no end to this death spiral that I was treating as life without Jesus. And I finally got broken from my arrogant, very arrogant ways. But Sandy Hook was what? Was that April or something of 2012? I forget when it was, what month it was. It wasn't long after. It wasn't long after. And, you know, I wasn't too strong in the word, but I had been reading it a lot. So I wanted to know more about what happened. And Alex Jones, it was the first time I ever saw Alex Jones, actually, on, like, YouTube and stuff. And so I was interested in listening to him, but it didn't take long because I was in the Word. It didn't take long before I started realizing that there's something off with this. There was it was December. Okay, so, well, you know, even still, like, you know, 1 year in, you're a babe in Christ, definitely. But just, it was the Bible that helped me see, like, there's another added layer of deception. Whatever the deception happened at Newtown, whatever that was, yeah, there's more than meets the eye. And not everybody who claims to be your friend is your friend. And I think Speak Life had mentioned there. I'm going to start paying more attention to the chat, guys. Sorry. Speak Life had mentioned that there's probably nobody there that gets popular that is there for us. Very few people. Personally, I think Bob Cooper Bob. Am I saying Bob the whole time? It's because I call him Milton Cooper and nobody knows him by Milton Cooper. So I keep forgetting his name, whether it's Bill or Bob. I call him Milton. But yeah, Milton Cooper, I'll just start saying. I think he was killed for a reason. And I think that he got too popular as someone that was real. Yeah. Yeah. Saved around, start of Obama's second term starting. I remember I was a real normie in 2008. I was like, well, I mean, like, no matter what the election is, we're going to have, like, progression because there'll either be a black president or a female vice president. So that's a win, right? And it's like, don't get me wrong. Like, of course, if there's an able, you know, if this is in line with merit, I'm okay with that. But I certainly did not care about the merit. Like, I was in total normie form. I was like, we need progression. We need historical firsts. Like, as if that has anything to do with how to run a country. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to scroll back because we're past 2 hours. My goodness, we're already 2 hours in. So I'm going to scroll back, start reading some comments. Anything I missed there? Bob Cooper. He was a hockey player, actually. Lots of spearheads, no spears. Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. They were, I guess, if you look at it, right, if you step on one nail, it's going right through your foot, right? But if you step on a bed of nails, the even distribution will not penetrate through because the weight is distributed. So like maybe that's actually a decent analogy. Like if you make everybody a spearhead, it's not going to have much effect. Alex is the tip of the spear. I gotta laugh at that one again. Sandy Age Ordeal was the last bit I listened to, and yeah, good call, good call. Behold, Pale Horse. Yeah, you never know. Never know. This could be it. Once one has a following where everyone goes for info, in my opinion, there's deception. We all have info and feedback and interact. That is the real way it should be, even for safety, as Jesus sent us out decentralized. Bam, bam. That is bang on, absolutely bang on. And you saw when the people that he was calling out were scribes, Pharisees, specifically these two, because well, the scribes, they had the centralization of information. They were the ones that were writing down all the info, right? And they were the intellectuals types of Israel in that time. And you had the Pharisees, who were known as the spiritual authorities of the time. They wore their robes to make them look all perfect and stuff like that, and you were to follow them, right? And he ripped them apart. He called them a den of vipers, even. Like he had, like to cut. Listen, it's not a small thing to be calling someone an animal in the Hebrew culture back then. This is as bad as the worst swear word that you can think of right now. It was a very damning thing to say, to call a group of people a den of vipers, and there's a reason for it. It's like centralization seems to be a pit of like the death of free thought, of free will, of liberty. And yeah, so I've had a couple people ask, like, send me emails and stuff. You know, it's like we need to get a team on the go, and that, don't get me wrong, like I have no problem sharing information and things like that, but I will not be joining any teams at the moment. That's for sure. And like I love you guys coming around and stuff like that, but like don't like in ways you can see it as a team, but I think what this should be more focused on is how to get you guys going out and doing things. You don't need me. Like I the best job I could do right now is to become obsolete, make myself obsolete, like doing this right now. Like we really need to find ways, not our own, but we need to be listening to God and showing and letting him show us his path for each of us. And it's different with each person. It will reveal itself to you if you are strong in the word, you're testing everything by the word. He will make it known to you. He will make it known. And that's what we need to be focusing on, not centralizing. And the chats are really great, don't get me wrong, and like to have like a bunker chat, that's cool, but let's not look at this as like a team in that, you know, we need to all be doing the same thing and focusing our energy on the one thing. Let's come together. We can have fellowship and we can collaborate, but the whole team thing, ugh, that word, just thinking about the past history and the truth movement, joining these groups and stuff like that. I mean, I think my time could have been way better spent just focusing on what God had planned for me, you know, because it certainly wasn't, you know, being in We'll Do It Live. I don't think. It certainly wasn't that. Or maybe, hey man, maybe it was. It was his way of showing me things. But as for effectiveness, efficacy of getting the message out, it starts getting stifled when you get into this groupthink mentality. That's what I'm trying to say there. Okay. Yeah. Don't let that stuff stifle you. fellowship and groupthink are two different things, and there's a lot of people out there that want you to confuse the two and muffle the definitions of both of them. Does that make sense? Stays around. Obama's second term starting, man, it's amazing. It's amazing because we're headed into a time where the message is so hard to hear for so many people, you know, that you just have to praise God that his message withstands all of this. And think about it. Like, his message was able to survive at least 1,000 years of the Catholic Church, right? The Catholic Church has been has been trying to centralize the fellowship since its inception, since it declared that the Bishop of Rome is the head on the earth, right? And despite all their attempts, his word survived. His message survived. I think that should explain it all. He's in control. If the most powerful organization that the world has ever seen spent 1,000 years trying to take away your liberty that God gave you and try and corral all of you into that, and it still got out, it still broke out, that is a testament to the strength of God and how he is in control, and no one else. All right. As we're moving closer into 2.5 hours, I will start to clue up, although it looks like we have some good information and good chats in here. So we'll definitely extend this a little bit. Hey, anonymous guy. If I missed any good messages, I'm sorry if I missed it. Make sure you put in Avidan so that I know that you want me to read it out and chat about it, and we'll definitely do it. Fellowship is desperately needed in these times. I don't want you guys confused saying that. I'm not saying fellowship sucks. I'm not like, because it's important. It is. Let's just not confuse it for groupthink. And I think thus far it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good here. But there's going to be a lot of people out there that, they want to corral you in. So just be careful of that. And Jesus taught us to take up no oath with man. Yeah. And have no discord with darkness either. Pope Francis said having a personal relationship with Jesus is dangerous. Yeah, it is dangerous to the Catholic Church. That's why they say it's dangerous. So I mean, he's not wrong from his own perspective as someone who wants to raise up the Catholic Church again. So yeah, it is very dangerous. It is very dangerous to read your Bibles if you're a Catholic Pope that wants people to be deceived by the Catholics, by the Catholic Pope. It is very, very dangerous to them. There's a reason why they allowed something like the Jesuits to form, and like it was during the First Vatican Council. This happened right after the Counter-Reformation, once they started translating the Bible into English. And then they rushed, before the KJV could get out, the English version, they rushed. Once they realized that they couldn't stop it anymore, they rushed to get their own version out with the Douay-Rheims. And they started spinning damage control. So like the printing press was like very scary to them because it could get the message out. And then at some point they had to realize that they could not control it the way they used to anymore, and they had to change their strategy. The printing press was dangerous to them. The theses were dangerous to them. Everything was dangerous to them. Of course, they could never face any disagreement. One second, I got a kitty that wants to get out of the room.
It's okay, buddy.
Yeah, and then they went and they created the Vatican Council to stop the Counter-Reformation is what they called it, and it was to stop the Protestant Reformation from dangerously taking over Europe, in their opinion. And that's how the Jesuits took power. There was only like supposed to be a handful of them. I think it was supposed to be limited to like 60 members or something like that. But by the end of the first council, almost the entire group of Jesuits, and then they just started spreading and spreading and spreading and spreading. So yeah, it's if you're a Catholic, yeah, I guess it is. It's pretty dang dangerous, but your relationship with Jesus, and your personal relationship with Jesus, is what is clearly spelled out in the Bible, and that's why they had it in Latin for so long, and so you couldn't read it. Let's see. The Catholics are the Jesuits, I think, the Roman pagans. Yeah, and there's been reintroductions of paganism into Catholicism, right, over time. Jesuits is, I guess, the most recent of them. But you can go back and you can see a lot of it creep into the church at other times as well. I'm not a big fan of St. Augustine of Hippo. He was a Manichaean Gnostic, and he carried over a sense of duality into the church. And he had some real weird views on Mary, that the Bible is quite clear is not the case. So yeah, it didn't start with the Jesuits. Okay. The Catholics have always been a fallen church for a very, very long time. But the Jesuits certainly added fuel to that fire, and they spread it like wildfire. I think even one of their mottos is "Go forth and set the world on fire." So that should tell you something. We can use a central place of fellowship and help each other. Absolutely. Edifying each other, encouraging each other, but go out and serve in different ways. Yeah, how we get the message out. How we get the message out should be decentralized. And if we have a fellowship, we need to not be afraid to disagree with each other and to rebuke each other. Things like that. There's the danger within. Like, Book of Corinthians is a good thing to go through there. They start allowing things because they don't want to call it out, and to the point where Paul really writes them some scathing stuff. I think it was in the first book or the first epistle that was really big on that. Constantine was a pagan. Yeah, now he introduced the Christianity in. We were talking about this a little while ago. Like he was a worshiper, pagan. He wasn't a pantheon worshiper. Like he wasn't a polytheist. He was a monotheist, but not God and Jesus of the Bible. He was. Oh, hey, welcome back, Loyal. He was a worshiper of Sol Invictus, which is basically a sun god, but it was close to the point where he saw the Christian God and he thought it would help him in the battle. It starts with an N. It's the Bridge of I want to say Milieu or something like that. And he adopted he maybe pretended or thought he adopted the Christian God to say it, and then he brings it back to the church, or he brings it back to Rome, but he didn't make it the state religion. A lot of people think that he made it the state religion, but really he decriminalized it, the worship of God there, of our God. But it was something tell me it was Domitian that made it the state religion. I'm not 100% sure on that either. But essentially, from its very inception, whether I'm just nitpicking here now. From its inception, it has had its problems from Rome, and it made itself very clear. Not that I'm an Orthodox guy, like with the Great Schism, but I think when you look at the two sides of that schism, you had Rome saying that they were the head, right? They were the head bishop, and you had the Orthodox Church being like, no, like, no, okay, they're Rome. Like, listen, there's other places besides you in the world, and over here in Constantinople, we don't really take that view, and they split on that. And listen, I don't necessarily think that either. I think they're both way too steeped in rites and rituals, but if I was forced to pick a side between those two, which is what they want you to do anyways, instead of looking at the truth, it looked like that Rome was far worse out of the two, because they were like, no, I'm the greatest of all. Research the gunpowder plot, which its anniversary was January 5th. Goal to stop November 5th, I think, right? Was the Guy Fawkes Day. Here we celebrate Guy Fawkes Day, by the way, because big Catholic influence, right? Yeah, there was Jesuits behind that, and it was against the Parliament. The Parliament was in service to King James at that time. It was King James at the time, which is nothing wrong with kissing the Pope's ring. Well, buddy, you might think that. You can go and think that all you want. I know you don't, but it's scary to even joke about. But sorry, I'll read it out. Yeah, they wanted to stop the KGB translation from bombing their building, or by bombing the building, Christian persecution. Ali Alexander, self-declared militant Catholic, looking for a new crusade. Now media is trashing Christians heavily. God warned me. I saved the stuff and watched him, though I lost data. Okay, well, I'll take a look into it. I mean, I can't vouch. A guy named Ali Alexander. I don't know him, but yeah, they're definitely vouching against us. The people, like the people of the world right now, certainly have their. It's like the hatred has been funneled for all spirituality into Christianity. So like they can't criticize Buddhism or Hinduism or Islam for fear of sounding racist, but because Christianity was predominantly pushed through by white people, they're not racist for bashing that somehow. so all of this oh, one second. Good job, Kitty. Good job. He struggles to get up. So all of this problem, all the problems that may be legitimate that people have with organized religion is now being funneled and focused and directed to Christianity because they're too afraid to be called racist. Weak people, to be quite honest, in my opinion. It's the same reason why, like, they can't meme because they're afraid to offend anybody except for those that they feel are worthy of ridicule that for disagreeing with them. Like when they call like MAGA people chuds, it's like a thing on Chad, because Chad is like I guess alpha male, typical alpha male kind of thing, and but they can't call someone anything that's offensive for fear of, you know, being cast out by their cult. So they just change the one letter to something that sounds funny. It's very, very childish. Very, very childish. Yeah. Devoid of reason and intelligence as well, if you ask me. He ran Stop the Steal. It's like, Christians were tricked in America. America was not a Christian place. The presidents were Freemasons and not Christians. Yeah, there was a lot of Freemasonry in there. And But that being said, the Freemasonry back then was a little bit different than the one we have now. Scottish Rite wasn't a thing at that point. And a lot of the lower members might think that they were just doing a good thing. Okay, just one sec. Sorry, this is an important call about my kitty. I'll be right with you, okay? Hey guys. Yeah, no, it's just my vet following up, but I'm trying to get more information, so that's why I'm taking a while. So yeah, no, there's no bad news. Like I'm not getting a call of bad news or anything like that. It's just I'm finally talking to the vet that I would normally go to as opposed to the emergency place. So I'm trying to get as much information as possible. Sorry to keep you waiting. I hope you guys are having a good time in chat, and I'll be with you as soon as possible. Hey guys, sorry about that. Yeah, it was an update, I guess, because when I realized that there was a big problem, the regular vets were not open at the time, so I had to go to an emergency hospital, and it got really costly, and they're really costly over there, and they're really bad at giving information. This is the biggest issue I have. Like the report was okay, I guess, but like I couldn't talk to the doctor because of COVID lockdowns. Like you can't even go into the vet. So like it was hard to get information except for like almost like a second hand through the receptionist and stuff like that. So they think they're pretty sure it's FIP, and the info points to it. All the info points to it from like the beginning. Like this cat has always been like the most needy cat ever since he was a kid. Or since he was a little kitten. Like, you know how like cats, they always need like, you know, an hour, at least an hour or two alone, you know, away from you, doing their own thing, you know, and I would set that up for him knowing that that's what cats are like. But this cat is like Jacob in feline form. Like he just clings to your heel, and just like it has always felt like he has been fighting for his life since I got him. And I think that's why I've always like been really close to this one. But it all points to FIP, but it could be kidney problems. And if it's kidney problem alone, it has to be dealt with now. But all the information is pointing to one thing, and a little tiny bit of information is pointing to kidneys. And I'm left with a conundrum of, do I spend a lot more money to figure that out and then not be left with enough money to deal with quality of life afterwards if it is indeed FIP, I guess. It's a very tough conundrum. So yeah, anyways, I called my regular vet. They called me back, and they were looking through the files and stuff like that, and what I should be looking out for. So there was no bad news in what happened there. It's just, it was good to hear from them, and we set up an appointment for Friday or whatever. So yeah. Yeah, and this could just be a flare up. Apparently, when I was reading, FIP is apparently very complicated from what I've been trying to read. It's extremely complex, and it goes above my head, a lot of it. But it could be that he can deal with it, and it was the fact that I moved, like that I had him here for Christmas, right? So like I've had him in one place for years now, almost 2 years, and bring him over here, big change of things. Like it could have exacerbated the symptoms of that virus, and he can normally handle it, you know? So if he has FIP, like there was nothing that could have been done from the start, right? But on top of that, these symptoms could go away, and it's just from the stress of moving. He never really liked moving. It took him multiple days. And thank you for the prayers. I appreciate it. But I'm stuck with a conundrum of, do I accept this and wait it out for the test results, because the FIP test results are going to take forever to come back. Like it's like at least next week. If I wait that out and it's something else, and that does them in, like that's been my issue. And I guess financials are a bit of a factor. Like not completely, but it's like I can't just shell out everything for everything. You know what I mean? I don't have that kind of money. I can cover some stuff, but like it has to be based on informed decisions. And it's like that place I went to, they were good. I'm not trying to bash them or anything like that. It's just like maybe because of the whole COVID lockdown stuff, and you know, I feel like I just have not, or maybe they are worried about liabilities. I think that could have been that as well. Like when I'm only speaking basically to receptionists, I only had one conversation with the doctor, and you can't get a hold of them and stuff like that. Oh, I'm left with like this conundrum of, what will I be if my poor decisions leave him unable to fight through this, I guess. Oh, it's rough. It's a very rough decision to make. Very, very rough. And he's right there behind the computer, actually. He's looking good. He's like, I wouldn't say lethargic either, because he's like, there's no, okay, hold on. I have it here. Diagnosis ascites. Possible causes, not limited to FIP, loss or decreased production of protein, severe inflammation. The laboratory came back. Unremarkable complete blood count. So everything is fine on the blood count. The chemistry exam was low kidney values with elevated globulin with low albumin. Liver values and electrolytes were normal. So the elevated globulin with low albumin is also pointing towards FIP. But it could be kidney values. But if he has failing kidneys, what you normally don't see is a want to eat, a want to drink. There's usually a diarrhea going on. But then in some other cases, they will eat more, and it's almost what I see here. Almost. But there's no loss and fight to live. You know, he's still everything about him except for a little bit of decreased physical activity is just like before. So it's a lack of information that's kind of killing me. I've run a lot on information. I can understand concepts pretty quickly. You give them to me and I'll figure them out a lot of the times. But FIP is very complex. The more I read of it, the more I realize how long it's going to take for me to understand it. I don't have that time, because if it's not FIP and it's a kidney, and no, the X-rays and the ultrasound was, I don't know why they didn't offer it at first as one of the things. That was like their next thing, and then that would have cost another, like, because that place is a fortune to keep them there. It's like apparently a stay for an animal there costs more than a first class room at the Hilton at that place. So it was like, I can't keep him there, and it's also very far away. It was across town. Yeah, I've been pushing fluids, so because he is able to pee. So I accidentally bought him like a bag of high protein stuff, and then immediately I clicked in. I was like, well, if he's not converting the protein, then that's probably something I shouldn't do. And so before I fed him any, I was able to get to like some treats for him, some, you know. And yeah, ERVITS, yeah, I mean, it was $1,000 in for, let's see, I don't mean to talk about money. It's not your problem, but it was like emergency fee $120 or $125, examination emergency $100, chemistry profile $135, blood count 82, technician emergency fee was $75. Like, they ding you with everything imaginable. And then the tests itself, like the PCR test is $174, and then the courier, like, it's just crazy. It's crazy over there. The place that was on the phone with me then is much cheaper, much more reasonable prices, I guess, because it's not an emergency thing. Yeah, I wanted to deal with them at that point, and I should have dealt with it on last week. No, I should have gotten insurance. I really should have. Just a sec. Yeah, no, I don't have. It's okay. He's actually right here. See the tail? Hey, buddy. He always wants to be around me and check out what's moving. So he's responsive. You can see he's responsive. I just moved something over there, and he's like, "What's that? What's that?" There's no. I don't care. There's no giving up on life with this guy. He's fighting. He might now in a second. He's really good at screwing up. So yeah, I'm trying a mix of dry food and like wet tuna. He's got lots of tuna, and he's digging that. He's digging that. He's got no hairballs. He's not a hairball guy, and he's never puked. I don't think he's ever puked. Maybe like once or twice. Maybe he ate too much one time or something like that. But yeah, no puking right now. Yeah, I got a little bit of a treat for him there. That's like low protein, high fat kind of thing, just for him. So I give him little bits of that just so he's happy. I got catnip for him. I got everything for him. And apparently he really likes snow. So every time I go outside, I bring him in some snow and he eats it every time. So yeah, I'm getting lots through. And like again, he's not giving up, man. He's not. There's no sign that he's treating this like a terminal illness. It's like it's something he's had to deal with his whole life. It's like it's normal to him or something. And it's just the physical, because of the ascite, the inflammation of the stomach or whatever. Yeah, I think so what I need to do now, what I'm thinking I need to check to see is an ultrasound. And I'm pretty sure I can cover it. And if I can't cover it now, I will be able to cover it later. But again, time's a factor. So like, don't at some point, like if it's a kidney thing and it's medication, I'll be able to deal with that. But like if it's a kidney surgery, I don't think I'd ever be able to afford that. Like to the point that it'd be like something like 15K when everything's all said and done. And that's not something I'd ever be able to raise even. So like, and where everything is pointing to the FIP, it's like, I'm wondering if it's better just spend that money on things that give him good quality of life. So it's like, I don't know. It's a very tough decision that I'm faced with. Yeah, but I got to be careful with the proteins and stuff, right? Because he'll eat basically anything. And it seems like he's not... It's not converting like it's supposed to. The food, his nutrients and stuff like that are not converting, right? Well, they're just recommending the ultrasound, and I think that's like 500. And then to have him there again would be another stay at the Hilton, apparently. So it's like 800. So like I have that, but like I can't do that every time at this moment. And like if his meds cost 1K a month, man, I'd find a way. I'd find a way. Absolutely. But I guess what makes this like really hard too is that this all came up. Like I started noticing something was wrong. It wasn't even a week ago. It's just an information overload, and you can hear like a clock ticking the whole time. I don't have a Cash App. I've never ever tried to monetize or anything like that. And like, I don't think that's something I want to even get into. Like when it comes, there's just like so many options. I'm not like, I'm worried when I'm saying this is that this sounds like a big money pitch, and I'm not asking anybody for anything. I don't think I could even do that, like I've never wanted money from this channel, and I've never, that's not what I'm getting at here. So I appreciate asking about Cash Apps and things like that, but that's, let's hold on that talk. Let's hold on that talk, because I can't rely on that either. I need to find a way to do this independently. You know what I mean? So don't worry about that just for now. Like, I promise, if it has to come to that, I will float it out there. But that's not what I'm getting at here now. Like, I'm pretty sure the things that's needed right now, it can be covered. But yeah, so next thing is the vet that I go to. They have one open for me on Friday, and if I've also like asked them if there's an opening that comes up at any time in between there, then I'm gonna go there. And then it's not necessarily the money that I'm lacking. It's the information to make the decisions. And I think they did an okay job at that vet, right? But maybe it's the lockdowns, maybe it was worrying about getting sued if they gave bad information, but it was like they couldn't answer any of my questions that could narrow things down to give me better thing. Like I guess they're used to dealing with an average intelligence. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I can grasp concepts pretty quick, faster than your average person or whatever. And I understand also that, they're worried about being sued or something like that. And I kept telling them, I'm like, listen, I don't have the money to sue you. So don't worry about it. I'm focusing on where is the best place to spend the money at this moment, I guess. Yeah. It's the stress of all of it. Money is just one small thing. Like, yeah, the longer the pet stays, the more money that it was. So like, so I was there, and like at the time, I'd screwed up a deposit that I was getting, and I didn't have enough money at that time to do the ultrasound plus the extra visit time. And it's like at this point, I'm wondering, is this just milking? Is this and more limbo means more money for them. Yeah, and see, they have like, there's incentive for limbo. So there was also part of me that didn't want to play that game, because I wasn't getting enough information. I would shell out all the money I can possibly do if I knew that I was getting information from someone who was mostly vested in giving me information. And that vet that I was just speaking with was much more like, they're much better at that stuff. Like, and they're much more understanding. And so I had rather dealt with them. And I'm not seeing a huge, what do you call it? He's not deteriorating like right now. Like there's no worsening of factors at the moment. His belly is getting a little bit more swollen since he got back, just a little bit, but it's not as bad as before. And it's certainly not doing it so fast. Just one sec.
It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry, baby.
I'm constantly looking at him and checking. It's just a lot. It's a lot of info, not enough time, and like I can't just like throw money at everything. Like, because this might be very, 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 very costly to the point like nobody can afford that. You know what I mean? And if I just do everything they want me to, then yeah, it will be that way. Even before we figure out something's up. Yeah. Anyways, let me see some of this chat. See how you're doing. I'm sorry I had to vent. I had to vent to somebody that, might understand this a little better and is not a vet taking money. Why overnight at ER vet again? Yeah, because like the ultrasound takes some time and the results take some time, and when it's in the like I think the ultrasound is only at the emergency place, and they were really busy, right? And like you can't even go in because of the COVID stuff. And I can go in with this vet. That was another thing that's the deciding factor for me, I guess, that like I can go in to chat with the vet there and be able to ask him questions or her questions, whomever it is. And figure out a lot more than what I felt I was able to figure out through the other guys. But they were also really busy too. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to demonize these people. I think they've done, you know, what they could at the time. But yeah. But yeah, what I would ask from you guys is just prayers. Just because he's totally not giving up. He's totally not giving up. This guy, he's like, where is my next bit of food? Give me that food right now. I've been around cats that they knew, it's like they know their time's up, you know? Yeah, it felt shady to me. And I'm just wondering if like my own cynicism was adding to that. It felt a bit shady that I couldn't get answers to basic questions. So like, for example, I was like, could I get a list of things that have not been ruled out, right? And the costs associated with it. This would help me get a range of things that I could, you know what I mean? At least I can get a good background of what I'm dealing with in the next little bit. What plans to go from here. And they're like, I can't give you that information. And I'm just like, man, like, why am I here? Why am I here? Like, I'm pretty sure I could figure out how to take that fluid out of his body. You know what I mean? Like, not that I'm not doing that. All I'm saying is like, why am I here? Oh, sorry guys. But yeah, he's not giving up. This little dude, I think that's it. I think that's it. There's a confusion factor there, and that was either to shell out and keep him there for another day. I didn't want to keep him there for another day. This guy is so attached to me, and he was angry. He was for until he got his treats and his tuna and stuff. This boy was not happy with me dropping him off elsewhere. Oh boy, I had him in my arms, and I was like, "Hey, my little buddy." And he's like, "No, what's out there? I'll look at that instead. I'm not looking at you." And then when I gave him treats, he was like, "Okay, we're bros. Yeah, we're bros." But I didn't want him spending, if this was like something that he whittles away within days. You know what I mean? I didn't want him spending it alone and afraid too. There was that. Yeah, and I wasn't asking for betting on costs. Just like, yeah, they can't give you, they can't give you information. I don't know. It felt off. Couldn't ever talk to the doctor. And like, no offense to the doctor, she was Japanese and not best English. So like, I was over the phone with her, and you could only talk to her over the phone, and you could barely hear anything on the phone. So it's just like a complete lack of information is what I felt, I guess. Oh, yeah, I'll just read this out in full because, yeah, I read it and responded to it. But I had exactly the same reaction when the ER vet told us the same thing they're telling you. Had us worked up in tears, feeling if we didn't do everything, we're not carrying it, they wouldn't bend on costs. And yeah, I was there, like, in the car, like, screaming, like, what would I be if I took this cat home? And it wasn't that. Oh, so much tough decisions, and I don't have the information. I think he has lost muscle though. This is why I'm like, this could be just the kidneys. But I'm not seeing like a swelling on one side, like as in one kidney is worse than the other sometimes, or, you know, I think, anyways. Okay. And yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate you listening and praying, and the offers were like, that's very sweet. That's very sweet. But we gotta figure out what's up. So I'm hoping that it's, you know, something that his condition is not deteriorating rapidly. So I think that maybe I've made the right decision by bringing him home, and I'm just keeping an eye on everything to make sure. And if I have to, I'll bring him over again. That's no problem. I don't mind spending the money. It's just I thought something was off. All of the symptoms, there's not much. I mean, he's having problems peeing. Like before, like, you know, there would be like he's releasing golf balls amounts worth, I guess, over, and he's doing it more often. And it seems like there seems like to be some pathology going on at the moment. Like he eats everything, and then when he's done eating, he immediately goes there and he does that. And then tries to find more food and then goes there and does that. And he was going back and forth. So there's that. And then there's the ascites. So his belly is big. And it got really big. And they had to drain 300 milliliters. So it's like an eighth of a gallon, maybe a seventh of a gallon out of his stomach. And it's getting, I think it might be expanding a little bit now. It's okay. Don't worry. That's how I know he was actually white. I always thought he was black skin, but he's white. Blood tests, unremarkable for those. Do I ever let him venture outside? I don't. He's an indoor kitty because he was just always so small. And the place where I lived, there's a massive cat that hates him. But my cat loves him, so he won't leave that cat alone. And the cat, I got to feel that cat will just kick his ass. And excuse my language. So yeah, I didn't let him out too much. So I didn't worry about, like, you know, the shots for outdoor stuff. And like, so he's not around many other cats. Yeah, he does pee. He pees. There's no blood or anything like that. So that's why, again, it veers away from kidney problems. There's no sign of blood or anything like that. So, but it's a big belly, maybe a little bit of decreased activity, but he's always been a chill cat. And hi, baby.
It's y'all. You give me that milk.
It's okay. Come here. Come over when you're ready. That and the belly and just kind of different peeing and eating habits. The kidney stone, I think the reason why the kidney stone is out of the question is due to the fact that he is still able to pee. It's regular, and the elevated globulin with low albumin. It's not a physical. It's not a physical blockage. There's something going on in the chemistry that indicates some form of disease, and we don't know what it is. They gave no medication, no antibiotics, no medication to go home. Complete physical exam, and a history was taken, blood drawn for full blood work, and fluid sample was obtained from stomach. But no medication. Nothing was recommended either. The only thing that they recommended, the doctor recommended two options when I was on the phone, was get an ultrasound or take him home. Yeah. So yeah, originally I thought it was just pipes clogged. Like I thought it was like, oh, dang it, like he's gonna need a catheter and get flushed or something like that. He can't pee, because that was the original symptom, was that something was off with the peeing. And so I was like, oh my goodness, $4,000 or something to take out the catheter. But hey, that's life, you know. So I take him in, hoping that's, or like just saying like, okay, we'll get rid of it. I'll deal with the financial problems later. I'll figure something out to pay them now. But then they called and they said it was FIP. or they strongly believe it's FIP pending test. Yeah, globulin. It's how they react to each other. So it's both globulin and albumin. The ratio of high to low there, it indicates apparently that it's FIP, even though they didn't give me the ratio. That's like, they're not giving me the number. Usually they're saying like below a ratio of 0.4 of the first to the former to the latter is very likely that it's FIP and higher otherwise. Yeah, I don't see any, and I'm assuming they would have charged me for antibiotics, so I see nothing here. Yeah, but yeah, the vet that I'm going to on Friday is really good. Hopefully it's tomorrow. They are really good, and I am looking forward to that because they were much more willing to give information last time I had them there on certain things. Yeah, so high globulin, low albumin. That's what's going on there. Still could be swollen, like clears up after able to pee, but swells after, retains fluid until forced out, like infection in tract or similar. So the fluid is from this is the difference. It's not a swollen bladder. It's ascites, ASCITES. It is abdominal fluid. It's not bladder. So that's how we know it's not a blockage. It's about $20. Huh. I don't know. Like, okay, maybe I'll ask the vet about antibiotics. Okay, because maybe that is the case. Because they were certainly all about like high charge stuff. I'm just like, bro, like this is crazy. Some of these prices I'm hearing, you know. They tried charging you for parking. Oh my gosh. Ridiculous. Yeah. So I'm just trying to be careful here. I will ask about the antibiotics. I don't want to force feed them stuff that might make things worse, you know. So I will ask. I'll ask that vet when I go in there. Yeah. Let me go through. There must be more talking about stuff, you know. Well, 2 local banks had to close, She-Girl says, because of a bank run. Wow, man. And Loyal Stars is a QAnon group. It can be a QAnon anon group. QAnon Anonymous, if you want. if you need to quit QAnon, you can talk to some people here. I think I'm really the only one that like bought into the possibility of its existence. I was never fully sold on it, but I was like, you know, this really, I'm surprised that it was more that like, I was surprised that more people didn't buy into it in this group because they did mention false narratives, false events, things like that in a lot of this stuff. Right. And when you go onto like the research websites or whatever, they talk about a lot of the same things that, you know, like, a malicious establishment, you know, like they much more so than, you know, other places. So like, I thought that there would be much more congruency, if that's a word, with the two little pockets, right? So that was more what I was looking at there. But I there was definitely a part of it, like I wanted it to be true and I was following it. But like, kind of like how I was in the Mormon church. Like I didn't fully buy into it when I was there, you know, but I did want it to be true. That's for sure. I have NIV. Oh, talking about other Bible things. I started with the NIV and I was saved with the NIV, but then I realized that the simplifications could be more than just benevolent. Let's put it that way. Listen, I think you can get saved by reading the NIV. I think there's a few different versions out there that you can say, but I don't think the inspiration is there like it was with KJV. And also the texts that they use are different, right? So the KJV uses the Greek texts and even old Hebrew texts, even that they pulled from. So like, but a lot of these new versions, including the NIV, pulls from Vatican texts. So even the ESV, like that was compiled with Catholic and non-Catholic people and things like that. I find that like if you're not going, like I have an ESV study Bible, so I'm a little bit partial to ESV, because it kind of like if I'm really struggling with the language or something like that, I have this big study Bible that indicates certain things. But even then, like it was very ecumenical. I don't know if you guys know that term. Ecumenism is a theology that all the churches need to come together, which I think most of us, if not all of us, can agree is a bad idea. And in my opinion, ecumenism is a theology that has stemmed from the Catholic Church that wants to call all what they think are their chickens home. Yeah, and Vic saying threw it away. No, I don't like that one. I think the ESV is much better. Hi, baby. Come on. He's up there. Come on. Come on. Oh, it's okay. Oh, well, you do what you want. But I have a big Catholic. I don't have it here. I have a big Catholic version that's like a family Bible. I don't know if you guys know how that works, but it even has like stories like in the beginning of it where it talks about Saint Anne, which is nowhere in the Bible, who is supposedly, according to Catholics and basically revered by Jesuits, Saint Anne. If you ever see Saint Anne, it's a good red flag that you got Jesuits hanging around your crib. But yeah, they were talking about like her stories and stuff like that. So completely adding on, and it's got like the Maccabees in it and all that stuff. I mean, it's kind of, to me, it's kind of interesting because it's got like my great grandmother's signature on it that she passed down to my grandmother and my mother. And now it's mine. So like, there's an heirloom factor to that, but I wouldn't ever go reading it like it's inspired, such as the KJV. I keep it around because of the information like that they have in the beginning. Oh, sorry, this is going to buffer. Okay, so yeah, I keep it around because of specifically now, because of like the stories that they have in the beginning that are heretical. I like being able to refer to it. Much like how I keep around my old Mormon quad that has like, they call the quad the Bible, Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, Pearl of Great Price, and they have it all compiled in one. So I like referring to that because cults are really good at changing this information, and if you have it on paper, it doesn't change as opposed to the internet. And that old Catholic Bible that I have was well before the internet was even thought of. So I do like having it around just to reference something that they can't memory hole, but that's about it. I certainly don't hold it out anywhere high. That's for sure. I do stick to the KJV. If you have problems reading the KJV, again, definitely download that eSword thing, because eSword, like, trust me, as soon as you download it and you start seeing this, you'll see why. How it is like it's a researcher's. It is a researcher's Bible. It really is, like, because a lot of the people here, they don't just take the words on everything or how they invert things. We realize things can be misinterpreted, okay? And eSword is a really good example is a really good device for removing those misinterpretations, because every word is documented and it has a little call number, right? And it's divided into, there's the Hebrew, there's the couple like Esther's in Aramaic, comes from Aramaic. So there's that, those words are documented. And then they have the Koine Greek. So you can actually click on every word. And because it's on the internet, you can just like, or it's, because it's a program, you can click on it and then it'll take you to a little page, a little side page, and shows you every time it's been used and every definition that it could have. And that's where I learned that like Yeshua, like Jesus, and Hosea, Esau, Isaiah, like all of these names are the same. It's Yeshua. It's all pointing to Jesus. And I thought that was super cool when I recognized that. When I just clicked on Jesus's name and it was the same thing. Hosea as well. I think I might have already said that. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of different. You'll see. It won't take long before you start seeing a great value in it. Great value. And like another thing too. So here's an example. We say love for a lot of different things. Okay. And you know, like the marriage, the Corinthians marriage one, with like, it's talking about love in Greek, the Greek for like the Old Testament or for the New Testament, sorry. They have different words for different types of love, whereas we just use the one word love. So they're much more precise than a lot of the language that we've translated into. And you will learn those 4 different types of love. And like, you know, one's charity, one is straight up love, one is like, you know, marriage, kind of things like that. Kinship stuff. So yeah, they're like, you get a much more in-depth understanding. It's not like an esoteric knowledge or anything like that. It's not some Bible code. It's just giving you all the information, much more information about each specific word, where it's used. It's so much easier to reference things than just using footnotes that's on the bottom of your Bibles and stuff like that. It's really cool. I highly recommend it. Download eSword, and the KJV will no longer be a problem for you, because every word that you don't understand anymore, you just click on it. Just click on it. You're good. Not only does it give you the definition, it will show you how it's being used in each one. And it usually points towards a specific theme if it's a specific word. Like the Bible, this is what makes, and you start seeing like how divine the word is, because over all of these years, like it was hundreds of years that this was written by so many different people. And if it was just by men, you wouldn't see how this all relates to each other so well. It's really cool. It's yeah. All right. So we're on the Q conversation, and I think because that was the main theme of the show, we should totally talk about it. I'll read out what's being said there. I thought at first QAnon was real after I saw the IP and other tech proof. Wasn't right the second or third. Then how could I believe anything after that? I lingered and watched through. It evolved fast. Q is interesting, says Anna. Kind of feel bad for them right now. Yeah, you know, it was easy to suck in people who were big into research, I guess. It sucked in a specific group of people that weren't ready for the deception. Yep, God can reach you anywhere. He spoke through an ass, for crying out loud, a donkey. Yeah. They say, which they say an ass in the Bible. But as you grow from milk to meat, you search deeper, and God will always feed you. Absolutely. Yeah, like that's, the Bible has like readability values. Like, you know, I always think a movie is great when you can watch it more than once, or a TV series is more than once, and you keep learning new things. The Bible is like the ultimate example of that. The more you read it, the more you learn. There's so many layers, and it's not like it's esoteric. It's not like that. It's just so jam-packed with information that when you start understanding the other concepts, the meat becomes much more clear. What there was trying to be said, something that you would have went way over your head before, or like it was something that God believed was not, like he needed you to understand the meaning of something in it other than what you're reading, like right now, like the new things that you're learning from it, right? So like there's a whole bunch of different factors to it, and this is another great reason why they call it the living word. It's not just that it is Jesus as the word form. It is living because of that, and that is like the main reason why they call it that. But at the same time is that it keeps on giving to you as if it is as if the text is alive, and it is alive. I'm not discounting that. It's just that it's got so many layers of information that you could believe that it is the living word solely based on that alone. The fact that the more you can get so much more of it. I might hear, yep, God can reach you anywhere. He spoke through, oh yeah, I already read that, sorry. I might hear something and God gave me wisdom through it, but taught me not to venerate the shell for the wisdom and the beauty of the pearl. Keep and cherish the pearl. Lay down the shell. Goes for teachers, etc. Yep. Yep. And the Bible speaks of unclean spirits like frogs in end times. That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe that is the whole Pepe thing. Yeah. Yeah. QAnon and MAGA venerate the frog image. It's a spirit. And it's felt within the memes, in my opinion, which appear as harmless angel of light. It's spell casting in the way. Maybe it is. There's a verse. Who has bewitched you? Oh, what is that verse? That is a really important one. Was it Corinthians? It was one of the epistles, I think. I think it was Paul talking to, he was berating, well, not berating, but rebuking. Or maybe I guess we're probably preaching at the wrong choir. Yeah, so the frog thing, and I say kick a lot. I get that from World of Warcraft. When you laugh as a horde, like LOL, when you're horde and alliance in this game, they speak different languages. So when you type something, only your faction can see what you're typing. To the other faction, it's scrambled with different letters. Not 100% sure how it works, but it's constant to the point where if you're in the horde side and you say LOL, being an alliance, and I was always alliance like the human, you would see Kek, and that was like how they laugh. So that's why I say Kek for laugh. But maybe that in itself, because World of Warcraft is based on like magic and stuff like that too. So yeah, maybe someone mentioned maybe I should lay off the Kek when I laugh. I don't mean anything by it, but at the same time, it could be invoking things that I don't want invoked. It's a good point. It's a good point. I will look into that. Actually, I probably know the difference at this point now. That's been said to me. I think it makes sense. I guess I was a little bit too much in the world or whatever, and I just kind of desensitized myself. I guess that's the danger. You know, that's a big danger. That's how you get fooled. I don't like making fun. Oh, I just went away because of my freaking bad computer. Just one sec. I don't like making fun of Q people. I do make fun of people saying Justin is shape-shifting into Jeff. Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of like manipulation. I don't like what they're saying is pretty manipulative. I don't know many people who would actually, I don't know, believe that. And I asked someone who was talking about this shape shifting for the Bible, the chapters and verses where it proves that, because they were saying that the Bible proves it, and they were not giving me very strong. They were not giving me strong arguments. They were talking about how, like, you know, when the devils cast into the pigs and they all ran off the cliff or whatnot, and I was like, I don't know if you can really get that out of it 100%. I'm not sure how that translates into today, but I think when you look at manipulation straight in the face, it has properties if you allow it. And it always brings me back to Elijah. The difference between him hiding in a cave because he's feared of the Jezebel and her spirit or whatever, or he was feared by the prophets, right? But then you see him in the true strength of Elijah. He was taunting the prophets of Baal that were, I believe, dancing around a fire and weaving their magic. And I think manipulation in communication, because your breath is so important in the Bible, and words are so important in the Bible. What comes out of your mouth is so important in the Bible. Manipulation, in my opinion, is a form of magic. And you see Elijah, he sees them, and he goes and he mocks them straight to their face. So, and you also have other things too in the Bible. I forget, I want to say it was Isaiah, and he's speaking through either Isaiah or Jeremiah, and it's talking about how these religions, these cults, repeat themselves over and over. And like, there's even a point where, like, thus saith the Lord, and the Lord is mocking them, like just saying meaningless words that rhyme together to mock them. God himself is mocking them. I laugh when I read that, when I come across that, because sometimes that's it. These are things that should not be taken. The more you take this seriously, the more power it can have. And I'm not saying that you should dismiss things like this. I'm just saying that sometimes mocking is biblical. That's what I mean, I guess. Doesn't mean it gives you a carte blanche to do whatever you want, but to treat people however you want. But in the face of manipulation, FYI, there are Marxist, communist, anarchist Discord groups set up with people who infiltrate as MAGA and Q. 100%. 100%. Absolutely. I've seen it. I've seen the proof of it. I've never been in the Discord doing it, but you can see there's all kinds of proof of that. And this is what they astroturf everything, right? They pretend to be into sports and music so that they can get their garbage into it, and then they forget about it. And then what they leave is just this depleted nonsense, I guess. Loyal Star says a lot of places are refusing cash. Right now it's catch-22 on whether you have cash or card. They have also made a huge profit rounding up change. Yeah, over rounding up change. Yep. Well, you know, Office Space, that movie. Yeah. You know the problems that arise with that, but they could make a good bit of money off it. Yeah. I live in the Bible top hat. What is that? What do you mean? I'm confused. Righteous mockery is biblical because God rocks. Yeah, and he's also like best sense of humor. Like that. I don't remember many jokes that I've laughed as much as when I saw the. I don't know exactly what he said because they were just meaningless words anyways, but it was like 2 verses of like waka waka raka 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 waka waka waka. Just I'm like, so I was looking at it and I didn't quite understand what it meant. It went over my head. So I think I read it through my ESV, and so I started looking up what it meant. So I was like, what are you talking about? What does this mean? Like, this is in English? Like, I thought this was translated. And then I looked up, it was like, no, it means nothing. It's God making fun of these people. And I go back to it, and it's actually hilarious. And Elijah's super dope. Elijah's one of my favorite characters in the Bible. It shows the power of manipulation of even people with the strongest potential. Like the prophets of Baal, Jezebel, they had a strong stranglehold over people like Elijah. But once he started mocking them, that changed everything for them. They couldn't handle it. They were seething. I haven't read this chapter in a very long time. I want to go back to it now. Actually, I'm gonna read the story of Elijah soon. And but yeah, it was a total 180, and you realize that a lot of this power that these false authorities have are based entirely upon the faith you base in it, or that the faith you put into it. Live in the Bible Belt, can't buy cars or booze on Sunday. Yeah, the old Sabbath thing. The old Sabbath thing. I don't know what to think about that. I tend to go with the story with Paul talking about the strong and the weak when he's explaining the strong and the weak. I don't like bashing it too much, but I don't like when you got these legalists out there that tell you can't do this, you can't celebrate that, you can't eat this, you can't eat that. I don't like that. I don't think. I think it was pretty clear who the weak was in that story, or in the message that Paul was saying in the epistle. Look up the weak and the strong. I think that this is an ongoing battle that just won't go away. Just won't go away. These little things. Someone's always got to add little things. That's what the oral law ended up becoming. And God doesn't like that stuff, man. And like at the same time, if this helps you to keep your faith in God, then while I don't necessarily understand it, it's not my place to judge. As long as they're not saying that you need to do it to be saved, I'm okay. So we'll leave it at that, I guess. Oh, hey, Lily. Good to see you pop in there. All the newcomers, if I missed you, I'm sorry. Wouldn't the Bible be more of words of encouragement? If we truly believe the battle is won in the New Testament, it says 2 requirements was love the Lord thy God and all thine heart, or with all thine heart, and to love others, I guess, and love thy neighbors. Yep. It was those 2 great commandments. It basically sums up the 10 commandments, right? If you put, I don't know if commandment 4 and commandment 5, and you will see the 2 great commandments there. If it's not 4, in between 4 and 5, it's in between 6 and 7. But I think it's 4 and 5. And you will see that it's love God. Like these are the ones. First off, you love God with all your heart, and then the rest of them are how to love other people, right? So like when Jesus is explaining the Temple of the Mount, right? So like he's saying, you have heard by those before us. And again, I don't have it memorized, but you have heard from those of old that adultery is sin. But I say unto you that even looking upon a woman with lust is adultery in your own heart. So the 2 commandments, it doesn't remove the importance of the 10, and it doesn't remove the importance of the 600 and I think it's 637 that's in Leviticus. It doesn't remove the importance of everything God taught us already. We can't ignore that stuff. But what Jesus is saying there is, he's like, this is what I meant when I told you the first time. This is the spirit, and you guys have taken that and you have proven that you're unable to follow it without me. There's no way that you can follow the spirit of the law to the letter without me. It's just not going to happen, because the lust in your own heart, that's hard for many people. Maybe not you, maybe not me, but for many people, that's a big thing for them. For the rich young man, he was able to follow all the laws, or at least the Bible doesn't tell us any differently about that. But he wasn't able to get rid of his money because it was his status that he loved. The law, he was following the laws for his status, right? So for everything that you follow, whatever your taproot issue is, whatever your major issue is, it's going to cause you to stumble. But it doesn't mean that the laws mean nothing. Okay? So that's why it's important to know those laws, but at the same time, we realize that we live in a different age, a different dispensation, a different covenant. Our covenant is based on our faith with Jesus. Okay? Their covenant was based on a promise that they made as the people of Israel to God back then. And these were the laws that they had to follow. My opinion, the way that I read it, it was to show, the Old Testament was to show how we could not follow all these laws without him, right? I think, and in all the books of the Old Testament, like I say, I call it the Book of Fools, because in each story there is someone that was unable to keep the word, that he or she had to go their own way on it. And so the Bible brings comfort, and his yoke is easy and his burden is light, but it convicts you in your crime. It convicts you in your sin. It's hard to read as well as comforting to read. And it's especially hard to read if you haven't been saved or you can't admit that you are a sinful person. So like a lot of these narcissists, it is very, very, very hard to see this or to even read it. And a lot of these legalists that want to push legalists onto you, they have a lot of trouble reading it too, man. Because somewhere in there is the rule that they don't follow, and the story of what happens when you don't follow that rule. And you'll see yourself in it. Some people can't handle it, especially if you're not broken to the Lord, I'll read out the rest of this, by the way. I'm sorry. His yoke is easy, his burden light. The laws explain so we understand and learn to discern the holy and profane. Then we walk in it free of bondage. Absolutely. Running as a wild mountain goat with God. And this is why Romans is so important. Romans was written, an epistle to the Romans, who were very, very big on the order scale, right up there with the contemporary Germans of the past 100, 200 years. Very big on order. That's why Mark is the smallest book. It was written for the Romans. It was the gospel for the Romans. It was meant to be small, orderly, and action-packed. Romans love that stuff. They love cogency. So the letter to the Romans was one talking about freeing from the yoke of the bondage of sin. That you didn't beat yourself up over not following these things. You follow God and the rest will follow. That's what a lot of Romans is specifically geared towards. Mark is actually my favorite of the four, because I am a little bit this is the reason why I like it. The reason why I know so much about it is because I like Mark. Mark is my favorite of the three. Maybe Luke, because it's really emotional, and as you can see, I do have my emotional side as well, but I do love my action-packed stuff, and I like the irony in Mark too. It shows how hard it is for us to accept it sometimes. So one of the biggest themes, and God is amazing, absolutely. Each one of these gospels has a purpose to hit people differently. I always say, even though John is maybe my third I think Matthew is a little bit too dry and long for me, a little bit. But like, listen, if I'm picking, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to criticize the Bible, but if I'm gonna like place which of the four I would place, it would probably be Mark, Luke, John, then Matthew. But John is the one that you want to send to the babes in Christ, right? Because there's so much of Jesus's words in it, and it's very clear, for especially for a newcomer. That's the one that you want them. That I highly recommend you pass on to people is John. But Mark has irony in it, and it has jokes in it even, and just they love their irony in Rome too as well, right? So like you have these people watching Jesus walk on water, right? Nobody does that, right? Like that is, and still they're asking, who is this man? like I think it's said like 7-12 times, something like that, something a bunch of times. Like this is the main theme of Mark. Like these people just can't grasp who it is, and maybe until the end they just don't understand that, yeah, he's working miracles, but it's like I just don't get it. It's all going whoop, and it's like the narrative tone of Mark is kind of making fun of these guys. If you read it with that bearing in mind, it's like God is pointing out how this is so over our heads. Like his divine nature could never truly be understood. How, like, the extent of his greatness could never truly be understood. He could show you that he could walk on water, man. He could show you raising people from the dead. He could show curing blindness, lepers, everything. And yet these people are like, what is going on? It's like, I love that part of Mark. There's an irony and a humor in it that's in it. It's subtle. It's subtle. And it's like God kind of poking fun at these people that he called to be his fishers. Don't get me wrong. Of course he loved them, but he's picking fun at them at the same time. And I think you can find God's sense of humor in the Bible if you look hard. Or maybe not even that hard. God has a sense of humor, and he shows it. He shows it. I really love that. And he's offensive too, man. There's a reason why people don't like the Bible. Like, listen, if God and Jesus spoke the way they did in the Bible today, like let's say that they were just like nobody recognized them. Let's just say that they came as unrecognizable people and just started saying the things about the Jews that God and Jesus say. Like, I'm pretty sure there's multiple dozens of countries that would arrest them for saying it. Or arrest him for saying it. And yeah, like, because he's constantly ragging on the Jews. Like constantly, like some of the worst things you could say. And it's in love, don't get me wrong, it is in love, but he's angry with them. Like he's outraged with even knowing that he's just outraged. He just can't, like, like when you're a father and you're dealing with a son or something like that. You're just, oh. You may not understand the mentality behind it, but it still doesn't stop you from being outraged. Yeah. And I don't think it takes away from his power or anything like that. I think it adds to it. It shows that we are made in his image. Yeah. We're 4 hours in here, guys. I got to do some work and make sure Kitty is okay and, be responsible and stuff like that. Because I have been falling behind on, loading the dishwasher as the inside joke goes. So I think we'll try and keep it. We're at 4:04. We'll give it another 10 minutes just to wrap up. If anybody would like to have some closing remarks, and we'll finish up for the night because yeah, little Kitty needs everything that he deserves. I don't like the Bible when mom knocks you on the head in church. Well, that's the thing about the Bible. The Bible knocks you on the head in and of itself. You don't even need it to physically knock you over the head. Like I said before, specifically for me, Jacob, I feel pretty close to Jacob. I didn't have like an Esau in my family or anything like that, but yet I still feel very close to how Jacob was, but I didn't recognize it. I didn't recognize it when I first read it, and I was like looking at him, and I was like, "You're an idiot, man." Like I was actually angry with Jacob, just like this guy's a moron. just he's full of himself all the time, and little did I know until the further I got into it, because it is a rather large portion of Genesis. The more I read it, I was like, "Uh-oh." All that stuff I was saying about him was basically me talking into a mirror. And I think that if my heart was still hardened at that time, I probably would have closed that and said, "This book's stupid. Screw this book. Book is probably translated 100 million times." but instead, I took the conviction as a humbling, and I was grateful for it. It opened my eyes to see where my blind spots are, like Jacob had his own blind spots. And I think we all can relate to the wrestling with God. Not quite like him, because he was the one that wrestled with God, with the image of God or whatever. And they say he won because he was a great heel grabber. His name literally means, Jacob means heel grabber, by the way. Esau means, I think, red-haired, I think. But Jacob means heel grabber. And I was at this point where it was like, I gotta know, gots to know. And I'm not gonna give up, man. I'm not gonna give up. And I felt that wrestle too. And I think many of us, and probably all of us that are born again, that's the wrestle. That's giving up yourself just to cling to God and to run to him. And if you let it convict you, it's not a bad thing to be convicted, because we're all in sin. But if you're hardened to it, man, it's an offensive book. It's probably the most offensive. There's a reason why it is the most banned book of all time. It's because it's offensive. It's offensive to people who can't see their faults. So listen, guys, let's wrap this up. I'm glad if there's one person even that was encouraged by this. But look up heel grabber, because it was when Esau was born first. They were twins, right? Esau was born first, and Jacob came out grabbing his heel, and that's why they named him Jacob. I think the only reason why I know that is because I think I had eSword when I was reading it. So seriously, you should totally get eSword, guys, because it's really cool to, even because the numbers can get a little bit hard to read, like the book with a number by each word. But I think you can actually turn that off if you want, or you can have that like on the side as you're reading a paper version and stuff like that, right? So like the heel, I think it was because I had that available to me that it was just so easy to look up real quick. Yeah, but that's the grabbing a heel. It means it's very important for them. It's you're chasing after something, and it often has something to do with coveting too, right? I mean, Satan covets. Satan covets what God has, right? And so give it a try. No, this is a BNB. Oh, Brittany. See, another person. I don't know if Virtual Asylum is in here today, but I assumed you're a guy. I guess that's just a psychological thing. If you're a guy, you assume that if you don't see the gender, you think it's yours. Hi, Brittany. It's quite interesting. Listen, 5 years ago, there was never this many girls in the truth corner of YouTube. It was like 9 to 1. I'm not kidding you. I saw the analytics before, and I was like, boy, I'm not going to be picking up no dates here. Good thing I'm not looking for that. But yeah, there's a ton of ladies. There's a ton of ladies. You guys have really stepped up, and that's super 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 cool to see. I think there for the same reason, like Roman culture. I don't know if you looked into it, like, but the only time they really had a problem with barbarians in their land, like they'd let them hunt in their land, like, you know, in Gaul and in these places. But if you brought your chicks around, that's when they started coming in and wiping you out, because once the ladies arrive, you have stability, and you have all these roughshod guys that were going off saying basically, I mean, like the truth movement. Jason Rogash one time made this video. I don't know if he still has it. I'd say he took it off because I think he revoked a lot of the problems he had with the truth movement, or he just didn't want to bash them anymore. And but he said, listening to the Truthers Roundtable or We'll Do It Live is the Truthers equivalent of Dungeons and Dragons. And it was hilarious how he said this, because it was like, you know, you'd have Free Radio Revolution coming up with something you can't prove, and then someone throws the dice and says, yeah, and they're all lizards, and it was just it was amazing. It was one of the greatest analogies and eye-opening analogies of all time, because basically it was a big sausage fest of guys that weren't afraid to say what they were thinking, right or not. Whereas you get much more stability when there's females around, for the most part, in general, of course. Again, I'll preface it by saying people are people. But last time I checked, every girlfriend that I've had has tried to tame, domesticate my out there stuff, you know, and there's a certain stability and more ground based when you have ladies around, you know, like so I think it's really important that there's lots of ladies here. So I was really happy to see that right now. Of course, men go be men. I'm not saying that men shouldn't be men. No. I like being a man. I like that. I like going out there. Okay, I like having the mentality of like, no, I need to do something to stand out and impress. You know what I mean? Like that has been innate in me in my whole life, and I like that. I agree, but there is you got to have a balance. If it's all that, like there's a reason why, you know, like Roanoke didn't really work out too much. You know, like that actually is a bad example. But what I'm saying, going back to the Roman thing, there's a reason why the Romans they didn't mind having hunting troops of guys killing their livestock, being on their land and stuff like that. It was often only when the females came in, because that meant stability. That meant a foundation that you can grow upon. And so yeah, that's what I'm trying to say there. Yeah, we balance each other. Absolutely. For those who, if you want to keep chatting, we will probably try and migrate from the bunker chat on YouTube, because we're now in the 20th, and YouTube is going to get more paused as we go. But yeah, we do have a chat. I'll push this in and before I go. Sorry, it's buffering. Uh-oh. Are you, dude, though? Uh-oh. That face. I love that little emoji. This is the Bunker Chat. Also, make sure that you take a look into Speak Life Garden Homestead. I saw some really great videos by her. I'm going to keep that one pinned. You go ahead and feel free to put it in the comment section afterwards, guys. But that link, that'll take you to the chat that we have going on now, until we find a good place to which to migrate our little bunker chat. We'll always stay on YouTube for as long as they keep us there. I want to force them to kick me off, actually. Do it, YouTube. Sentinel Floyd. So yeah. But that being said, I want to thank everybody for coming, and I really appreciate it. And don't stress out. Don't stress out. Might be the end of the world, but God wins in the end. And read your Bibles.